Welcome aboard a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, live 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show on the X platform. What's up, everybody? Good to be with you on a Wednesday. A lot going on. Trade in the NL East, not involving the Phillies, but the Mets stay active. Another MLB top free agent has signed. Sixers lose last night. Into all that and more. But the Eagles' top job on offense, the offensive coordinator, looks like they're taking another hit, which has people wondering, how attractive is this job? We're going to dive into that throughout the show. I actually am starting to formulate one of the other guys that I'm liking a little bit more. You almost have to. Mike McDaniel is going to go out to the Chargers. And I don't know. Do you look at Mike McDaniel and say, I don't want to be in Philadelphia? Or is it, hey, man, I'm kind of a Cali guy. That's a little bit cooler for me. I don't need people egging my house. I'm kind of like, you know what? Nice weather, California, L.A. style, Justin Herbert. This sounds like a cool place to hang out while I look for my next job, as opposed to lunatic fringe, getting my house egged, freezing cold. People are going to judge me for wearing capri pants, possibly. Like, all of these things make Mike McDaniel say, you know what? They've got Justin Herbert. I'm cool with that. They made the playoffs. It's not like the Chargers suck. They made the playoffs. Like, maybe they're a Mike McDaniel away from finally winning a playoff game, and he acknowledges that. So that's one. According to reports, Brian Daboll, he is going to go talk to Buffalo about their head coaching position. If he doesn't get the head coaching job out there, then he might turn his attention to Tennessee, where he would be the offensive coordinator for Robert Saleh. Well, why is that attractive? How is Tennessee more attractive than Philadelphia? Well, you got a number one overall pick quarterback that you can work with. You have a defensive-minded head coach, which means what? I don't have Nick Sirianni infiltrating my offensive meetings. I also can basically run my offense the way I want to run it. I can do what I want to do. So it looks like the two higher-profile guys Sirianni is going to miss out on, Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll. So what does that leave left? Well, let's take a look at it. Here's who I have on the list that I know of. Josh, if you have other people that I'm missing, you can fill me in. But this is what I have as of this time on this day, okay? Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator in Atlanta. That is one of the first reported names.
Former OC in Atlanta, by the way, because they blew out the whole coaching.
Right,
staff.
well, that's what he's most, his most
recent job.
Mike Kafka, who was the New York Giant interim head coach and their offensive coordinator prior to that.
Right.
He was basically the coordinator under Daboll, but he did not call the plays for Daboll.
And really quick, so Zach Robinson from the Sean McVay tree, Kafka from the Andy Reid tree.
Correct. Okay. Bobby Slowick, who was the Miami pass game coordinator this past year under Mike McDaniel.
He's from the Kyle Shanahan tree.
He was in Houston a couple of years ago when C.J. Stroud was a rookie and was playing at an MVP level.
Right.
He was a hot name at that time, and then he kind of bottomed out. Got fired in Houston, ends up in Miami with McDaniel, and now he's pretty much out of a job.
Right, and the question with him after what happened in Houston was he was the kind of guy that people thought he was going to take what he did to the next level, and now the question at the time was, is it Slowick or is it C.J. Stroud? And now we're starting to see maybe with Stroud, maybe more than Slowick.
Yeah, Stroud has regressed big time. I remember his rookie season. I recall coming in here 1 week and saying I would bet for him for MVP. Like, he was playing that well, and you're like, look, his odds were like 150 to 1. It was almost like, dude,
Yeah, you were at Ocean
bet
Casino
him now.
that day.
Yes, I was at Ocean Casino. Good memory. I remember that day myself, and I was like, dude.
You kept looking over to the sports book operator, like, should I walk over there?
Next up, Josh Grizzard,
Not Josh Hennig.
the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator.
This is the name that I have the least interest in.
Really?
Because,
See, I'm actually, there's two names that I'm coming around on, and he's one of them.
See, I have zero interest in him because the Buccaneers regressed offensively.
Well, that's easy to say. I mean, they had Mike Evans missed a lot of time. Newsflash, he's pretty good. Godwin missed a lot of time.
But those guys
Newsflash,
have missed
those
time
guys
in
are really
years
good.
past.
Right, but I would suggest the opposite. Baker Mayfield was outstanding for them the last couple of seasons. He was in the MVP conversation. They only kind of took a step back is because Evans missed essentially the entire season this year. I go and say Grizzard really elevated Baker Mayfield into
He was there 1 year as the OC.
Well,
It was Liam Cohen before that. And
Cohen
Dave
before
Canales
that, but
the year
Grizzard
before
was
that.
on that staff.
Grizzard was on the staff, but now you're falling into the Kevin Patullo.
He was the pass game coordinator
Kevin
for the people
Patullo.
out there.
Right.
He was the pass game coordinator, so was worth Liam Cohen and became the coordinator this year. By the way, they were playing really well this year until those injuries. I mean, you remember they were 4-0. Everybody was talking about them.
Sure.
And then they just got crippled with injuries. So he's a tough one to kind of judge in terms of.
I don't want another pass game coordinator. I'm sorry. Maybe.
Well, if you didn't notice, this pass game's not very good. just an observation that you might want someone with a pass game, because I'll tell you why. You're not getting a run game coordinator because you already have one here.
Yeah, right.
But seriously, like that's
I
one
know
of the.
you're serious.
That's one
why
of
I
the.
just shake my head about it.
But that's one of the things. So, would you rather fire Stoutland? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think a conversation needs to be had about what Stoutland's future is.
I mean, it's really hard to say that. The Eagles have had the best running game in football 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. They struggled this year, and I don't think it was Stoutland's fault as much as that offensive line was a problem.
I do think a little bit was Stoutland's fault.
A little bit, but let's see.
Listen, I look at it as, and we can get into this more a little bit later, but like the fact that I think Stoutland is closer to the end than the beginning, and I think a conversation needs to be had about, how long he wants to keep doing this.
Fair to ask, I guess, but to gloss over his resume and the Eagles' running game with him in charge, I would take another swing with him, no question.
Oh, I'm not saying I would take another swing with him. What I'm saying is that what I said on Hang with Hennig this past weekend, which is I think the conversation needs to be had with Stoutland about, okay, you've had one bad year over the course of the last 11 years. Is there something that we can take from last year to move forward? What do you want to do moving forward with this O-line?
I would like to see health.
Aside from health.
I'm not looking at them and saying that all of a sudden his schemes and stuff just fell apart. I think a large issue with this whole team this season was the offensive line taking a massive step backwards. And a lot of that reason that they took the step backwards was a health-related thing.
A large part of it was, but I would also say that the Eagles have had many offensive line injuries over the years, and they had a much better group backing up those guys in years past.
But that's not the offensive line coaches.
Obviously, this is where I disagree, because I look at it as Jeff Stoutland is basically being consulted by Howie Roseman. Saying,
all right, then fine.
Dude,
I'll agree with you then. Then he handpicked some bad apples.
right. So
then I'll take a chance that he's going to find
he's going to
better
rectify it.
talent. Yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. That's semantics at this part. I don't totally agree with that. I think if you look at the guys that were in here, they've had injuries in the past, but these guys were playing injured as opposed to leaving the lineup. You had Juergens playing, and because he was playing hurt, he was ineffective.
Right.
You had Landon Dickerson playing, but because he was playing hurt, he was nowhere close to the player that he was in the past.
We don't have an answer to this, but just to play devil's advocate, were those guys playing hurt because they also knew the guys behind them were not capable of filling in?
Could be, although we did see Brett Toth play, and you can make an argument that Toth was actually better than Juergens was this year at
times,
center.
yeah.
Yes. They went out and got Matt Pryor. By the way, a move that was somewhat applauded by people was like, hey, they went out and got some depth. A guy who's been a starter in this league. Well, he got here.
Failed.
He did not play very well. They went out and got Fred Johnson. I thought Fred Johnson played pretty
was a good
well.
addition.
The problem is Fred Johnson played well, but the drop-off from Fred Johnson to Lane Johnson is a pretty sizable gap.
Also, it goes back to your Phillies conversation you've had for many years about the idea of, hey, you may like the guy coming off the bench, but you don't want him to be your starter every day.
Right, and you had that situation a lot this year where you had Landon Dickerson hurt, playing through the injury, but the drop-off from him to the next guy was probably too much, so you just stuck with him.
Right.
And quite frankly, I think it went all the way across. I don't think Jordan Mailata was nearly as good this year
This
for
is
whatever
Jordan
reason.
Mailata's worst year.
So if you're looking for a guy, you might want a guy with a passing background.
Which most of these coordinators do have.
Yeah, most of these guys come in. I don't think there's any candidates who are quote-unquote run game coordinators. I think most of these guys went from a pass game coordinator to then the play caller.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, so
in some capacity. Yeah.
Grizzard basically had a very similar situation. Mike Evans, Tristan Wirfs, Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin,
Luke Goki.
Goki, Mauch, Brendeson. They had like 6 injuries that really wrecked that offense that held them back big time. But he has been a part of the offense there the last couple of seasons with Liam Cohen. So he's kind of intriguing to me. I'm not saying he's my number one pick. Jim Bob Cooter, who was the Indianapolis offensive coordinator.
Great name.
He's been with the Eagles in the past. He was a consultant here in 2021. He did not call plays for the Colts the last couple of years. That is Shane Steichen's job. So Jim Bob Cooter, I don't know that he gets anybody all that excited, but he has been a play caller before, right? He was in Detroit as a play caller.
Yes. I believe that was Jim Caldwell? I have to double check.
His background, by the way, he was a pass game coordinator. He was also a running backs coach. He's been a quarterbacks coach, so he's kind of done everything, but he was the offensive coordinator in Detroit for 3 seasons. Okay? He's on the list. Charlie Weiss Jr. is another guy. He is a college coach.
Jim Caldwell. I can't believe I remembered that.
That's 2016,
ridiculous.
Jim Caldwell, yep. Charlie Weiss Jr., he is a college coach.
So he is the most odd one of this list because he kind of falls into that, does the Jalen Hurts familiarity element come in? For those who don't know, Charlie Weiss Jr., the son of the former Patriots offensive coordinator, he has worked with Lane Kiffin almost everywhere Lane Kiffin has gone. He was with Lane Kiffin at Alabama when Jalen Hurts was there.
He was an offensive assistant.
Right.
So
he was in the building.
Yeah.
He was in the, to quote the line from Hamilton, he was in the room where it happened. So, you look at a guy who's basically been with Lane Kiffin, has risen up the ranks. Does having a guy who has risen up the ranks in the college game appeal to you as a new guy for the NFL game?
Well, you got to ask the question. He's with Lane Kiffin. Does he call plays?
So he didn't call plays until the college football playoff.
This year because Kiffin left.
Right. So the 2 games that Ole Miss played in the college football playoff, he called all the plays. And for those who don't know, they basically, they duct taped that staff together after Lane Kiffin left. So,
yeah, I don't know that this is the right spot for a college coach to just come jumping into. Although I know there's that whole kabuki outside the box of hey, go get the most extreme unknown guy because all these other guys are not exciting enough. So if you're going to go down that road, it's almost like just go to the extreme left or go to the extreme right. Just be extreme in this situation.
Yes, if you want to get nuts, let's get nuts scenario.
Exactly. One guy whose name has not come up. 2 names that have not come up. One is Kingsbury.
Correct.
Cliff Kingsbury apparently has not interviewed or been discussed or talked to. He did interview when Kellen Moore got the job a couple of years ago, and one of the hang-ups was he wanted to get rid of Stoutland.
Correct.
So, would you rather Kingsbury be the coordinator or Stoutland stays?
See, that's tough because I would like to know a little more about because Kingsbury's offense is not like specifically air raid or West Coast or like his offense is kind of like a combination of things. So to me, I would ask the question.
I like his offense for Jalen Hurts.
I like his offense for Jalen Hurts because it's very, very similar to what Jalen ran at Oklahoma. And there are some similarities, not totally, but similarities between what he does and what Kellen Moore does. So I do think there's a strong value there. I would like to have more information about, is he still dead set against Stoutland in 2026 the way he was a couple of years ago?
I wonder if they've reached out to his agent and they just said, look, he's just not interested. If you haven't changed your position from where we were a couple of years ago.
Kingsbury's also a weird guy. Remember when he got fired by the Cardinals? He ran away from the country to Thailand.
Hey, good for him.
No, I'm not saying bad, but he's also the kind of guy that he just thinks differently than everybody else.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a free spirit, I guess. So there's one name outside of Kingsbury that hasn't really been mentioned to my knowledge yet. I have not seen his name, but I think this is kind of interesting.
Say his name when he appears?
We'll see. Matt Nagy, who was the offensive coordinator in Kansas City. Well, they just hired Bieniemy with the assumption that Nagy's going to get a job. He doesn't have a job. So they basically hired a new coordinator. Did they fire him?
So his contract expired.
Right, but they weren't interested in bringing him back?
Correct.
Or they just assumed he's going to move on?
Both.
Okay. Matt Nagy interests me in some capacity. One, been with the Chiefs. Andy Reid has that. People forget. Everybody's always like, Brian Daboll, you got to get a guy who, Brian Daboll was a pretty failed head coach. Now, I like Brian Daboll, but he wasn't a great head coach. Matt Nagy went to Chicago with the Bears and got Mitch Trubisky to, were they not the number 1 or number 2 seed that year?
They, I think, were the number 2 seed. I double check. But, yeah, he took Mitch Trubisky to the playoffs not once but twice.
Yes. So he was in Chicago. He was 12-4 that first year, and then he went 8-8, 8-8, 6-11, and then he was gone. But he got them to the playoffs twice with Mitch Trubisky. So you can make a pretty strong argument that Jalen Hurts would be a better signal caller than Mitch Trubisky.
And how about the fact that we know that he went back to Kansas City with Andy Reid. So you would have to think just by osmosis that he has grown and learned some more.
That's what I'm kind of getting into. He was a head coach in Chicago. And by the way, he left Chicago with a winning record.
Correct.
I mean, listen, I know the Bears are good right now. They haven't been good at all. That was the double doink game, by the way. He was the head coach.
Cody Park.
The Bears were the 3 seed. The Eagles were the 6 seed. And the Eagles went there and beat them 16-15. Matt Nagy was the coach, but they went 12-4 that year. They did not have a stellar group of weapons on that team. I mean, you had Mitch Trubisky, Jordan Howard, Allen Robinson, Taylor Gabriel. They just weren't very good. And somehow he got them to 12-4. And you go back and look at Mitch Trubisky, who was a high draft choice.
Third overall pick or second overall pick, whatever it was.
Right. And he got him with Trubisky that year, 11-3. Trubisky had 24 touchdowns. He ran for 421 yards, threw for 3,200 yards. He played in 14 games, so he missed a couple of games there. So I look at Matt Nagy and say, okay, how come he's not being discussed more? That's the name that kind of interests me a little bit. But why are these big names not talking about this job? According to Geoff McClain, the Eagles would have given McDaniel or Daboll full autonomy over the offense. It's yours. You can have it. So why are they not interested? Here's something that Geoff McClain explained on the Uncovering the Birds podcast, which is a part of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Of course, Geoff McClain has been a longtime Eagles beat writer. And listen to what he says on the podcast.
it took forever for Howie and Nick to have that end of season press conference. Again, as it became increasingly clear, and I've since understood, is like Nick's future was in doubt.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey was certainly considering moving on at that point. So there's history here. Like and Jeffrey has become increasingly impatient when it comes to his head coaches. And in fact, when they got to with 2-2 to start the season, and there was that bye there, as I've since now understood and have reported, Nick Sirianni, his job was in peril, and he had to make a lot of changes, and because Jeffrey was going to possibly fire him.
So he's essentially saying that Lurie has become very impatient with the head coaching situations. So is that one of the reasons why these coordinators, they see Petulo, one and done, Brian Johnson, one and done. You might fire your coach after a Super Bowl. You did fire Doug Peterson after a Super Bowl victory. So is Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll saying, you know what? I don't need that. Let me go to a place where the pressure's just not as great. I could go live in sunny California. I can go live down in Nashville. And I don't have to worry that the owner, getting a little older, transitioning to his son. Does he want to make irrational decisions because he wants to try to get one more Super Bowl before he passes the team over to his son?
I think it's true for Mike McDaniel. I think McDaniel, the situation in Miami probably turned him off a lot. And he probably just wants to be, look, I just want to be a coach. I don't want to deal with all this other riffraff. Daboll is interesting because a lot of people are looking at Daboll to be the next Bills head coach. But they're moving into a new stadium. You're taking over for a guy who went to the postseason, 8 out of 9 years to McDermott?
Yeah, but Daboll's been there before. So he knows the talent. He knows
pressure,
the situation.
Though. It's a big pressure cooker up there.
Not as big as here.
Sure, but I think Daboll is less about. I think
not to mention he was in New York.
He was in New York, so maybe for Daboll it's more like he just wants to go back to Josh Allen.
Well,
he just wants to go back to the ex-girlfriend.
Do they look at Josh Allen would be an upgrade over Jalen Hurts?
Sure.
Cam Ward, does he look at that? Because Jeff McClain says it on the podcast that people in the building know that this guy is a little bit of the problem.
What's really happening in that building in terms of what's really happening with the offense is that, Jalen Hurts had a lot to do. How couldn't he have? He's the quarterback to do with the offensive regression. Now, I asked both Howie and Nick that question, and Nick had said, obviously kind of went over the top about how great Jalen is, but did say, like all of us, I expect him to say this, like all of us, he didn't have a great year. And Howie just kind of said, whatever he said.
Yeah, but he said people in the Eagles building know that Jalen Hurts is part of the offensive regression. And
right.
The question would be, does Brian Daboll and Mike McDaniel say, Justin Herbert can run my offense better than Jalen Hurts can? Josh Allen can run my offense better than Jalen Hurts can. Cam Ward can run my offense better than Jalen Hurts can. So is it the perception that the organization could be a little irrational? Or is it the quarterback isn't a better option for me?
So I think that, my interpretation is that, yes, I do think that the instability of the organization is part of the conversation. Who the owner is, how the owner functions, does impact a lot of these decisions. The Hurts thing is, I think it's something different. I think Daboll, McDaniel, the other guys say, look, I know that Herbert and Allen are going to be much easier to coach.
Well, we'll hear more of what Jeff McClain said a little bit later on. Also, coming up, the Mets have made a trade, a name that you are very familiar with if you're a Phillies fan. You've heard it tied to them in trades for probably the last 3 years. Well, the Mets have swooped in and went and got this guy. How does that shake up the NL East? We'll talk about that and more. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, is coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
If you're the Mets, you're taking a risk, a flyer on an established player. I get it from the Mets' perspective, but I'm going to give you a little hot take here. I like this trade better for the White Sox.
I was going to say the same thing.
Good move for the Pelicans.
I think Acuna's getting ready to be a star.
That was the reaction to the Mets trade on the MLB Network from Harold Reynolds and Matt Verskirchen. The Mets have acquired Luis Robert Jr., a name that we've heard for probably about 3 years attached to the Phillies. He goes to the Mets, who continue to try to change the complexion of their team. Phillies sitting on their hands. They missed out on another free agent today as Cody Bellinger has signed with the Yankees. He had been rumored and attached to the Mets as well, but the Mets turned their attention to Luis Robert Jr. Let's get Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's reaction to this. Have the Mets improved their team? The MLB Network guys say they like the deal better for the White Sox. How about you?
Yeah, I think that's a ridiculous take by the MLB Network guys. No offense to them whatsoever, but I saw Acuna play for the Mets for, a season and a half, and the bottom line is, there was nowhere for him to play, get in the starting lineup for the New York Mets, who have Simeon at second base, Lindor at shortstop, and now Bo Bichette at third base. So Acuna really had no place to play. In fact, he was probably behind a guy like Brett Beatty also, who's probably ahead of him on the Mets depth chart. And the Mets improved themselves at center fielder. Now, it's not saying much. I mean, the Mets center fielder at the end of last season was Cedric Mullin for the Baltimore Orioles, who was absolutely horrendous, did an absolutely horrendous job. A chair could have played center field better than he did last year. So anything is an improvement here. And you're taking a flyer on a guy who had a great year in 2023, but has pretty much stunk ever since. So, to me, it's the type of flyer that a team with a big payroll can take, and a team with a small payroll can't afford to take because they can't afford to be wrong because they can't buy out their mistake, which the Mets can.
Right, so they get Robert in here. He'll play center field. He's been very, very, very streaky. Pretty much, a guy. I was looking at some advanced metrics, if you will, Mike. His numbers over the last 3 years are almost identical to Adolis Garcia's numbers. So it's like both of these teams are just taking a flyer on a guy, hoping that they can get back to past, heights.
Yeah, can we unlock what he did a couple of years ago? Now, Roberts a little bit of an advantage there in that he does play center field, and for some reason, you want your kid to grow up to be a major leaguer, teach him to play center field or catch because there's a shortage of both positions. For some reason, the center fielders have completely disappeared off the face of the earth when they used to be a dime a dozen back when I was a kid. So the Mets are taking a flyer to fix a position that they have had trouble filling the past 3 or 4 seasons. I think I read somewhere where this is, I think, the 5th or 6th center fielder that David Stern, the Mets GM, has acquired and are trying to man the position with. So, again, the guy was good in 2023. We've heard about his name in the Phillies, connected with the Phillies the past 2 seasons. He hasn't done anything to inspire me in 24 or 25. But the guy you gave up to get him is a guy who wasn't going to play for you anyway this year. So why not try to find magic there at that center field spot?
All right, Mike. Dave Dombrowski said they're content with their team. The Mets are still making moves. Other teams are still tweaking. Do you believe, Dave Dombrowski, that this is a finished product?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I think, I would expect no more major moves when you think about it. We're only 3 weeks away from pitchers and catchers, right? I mean, I think they'll reach a decision soon with Nick Castellanos, either releasing him or trading him. I think they're waiting for the Austin Hayeses of the world to kind of sign contracts and let that outfield market kind of set itself before they make a decision with Nick Castellanos. But, Mike, as of today, January 21st, whatever the day is, I look around the NL East and I say to myself, sure, these Philadelphia Phillies have question marks, depth at starting pitching, age, are young guys like Stott going to take a step forward? But to me, if you ask me who's the favorite to win the National League East today, I would say the Philadelphia Phillies.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. You wrote about the gut punch. They admitted that this was a gut punch to them, and then they quickly pivoted to JT Realmuto. I mean, he basically was like, I can't tell you how quickly we were on the phone with JT, but it sounds like a situation where they really thought that Bichette thing was theirs.
Yeah, they thought, and again, I think Dave Dombrowski, we got to sit back and maybe give Dave Dombrowski a pat on the back here a little bit, just for his honesty at these press conferences. Now, it's gotten him into some trouble a little bit, but we all, the Bryce Harper elite comment and yesterday's gut punch comment when it comes to the Bichette signing, he's not holding anything back. He's being straightforward with the fans right there. It sounds like they thought they had a deal. They thought they were on their way to a deal when the Mets kind of swooped in at the last moment, offered Bichette the contract with the update, with the opt-outs, and kind of shook the Phillies world. And yesterday, that was kind of a weird press conference, Mike, on the Zoom call, with both sides kind of admitting that, hey, if the Phillies had signed Bichette, JT wasn't coming back. And I just find it amazing that JT, he doesn't take anything personal. It's a Godfather-like. It's a business. It's not personal. And, he certainly seemed to be glad.
I agree. I thought that whole –
glad to have him.
I thought that whole situation was bizarre, that you basically told this guy, hey – we're going to go out and look at somebody else. If we don't make out with that guy, we're going to come back and try to get you to come back. You cool with that? And JT was like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, the whole situation just is a bonkers thing where you basically – and then you got to tell Alec Boehm. Like, Boehm's got to be thinking, well, wait a second. You were going to bring in this guy. Was he going to play my spot? Like, what were you going to do with me? Like, they got to start going around and putting out some fires here.
Yeah, the only thing, Mike, I think, baseball is an individual sport within the team structure, right, as opposed to, like, basketball or even football to a degree. So JT Realmuto might be upset that he was basically the second choice, that the Phillies wanted Bo Bichette more than JT Realmuto. But because JT Realmuto is upset at that, he's not going to go out this season and try not to get hits or not perform up to a certain level because he's mad at the Phillies. He's still going to want to go there and get some hits. Same thing with Alec Boehm. He might say, well, they wanted Bo Bichette over me. Alec Boehm is not going to go out this season and give a half an effort or strike out 200 times because he's upset at the Philadelphia Phillies. They are going – it is almost like an individual sport within the team concept. Unlike basketball, where if a guy's upset, he might go out there and say, well, I'm not going to pass the ball to this guy or I'm going to take bad shots or something. Really almost impossible to do that in a baseball perspective.
All right, Rob Thompson, after the press conference yesterday, he also went on to say, hey, we've changed our roster 20 to 25%. So if you're saying we're running it back, he says, I don't know what to tell you. Fair or unfair?
Kind of in the middle. I mean, I asked that question to him at the press conference, and he kind of took what my question the premise of my question was, people say you're running it back, but could the team have a little bit of a chip on its shoulder because the guys you are bringing back, Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner are stars, might they get a little chip on their shoulder and say, hey, how are you not thinking that we're a good team? We'll go out, we'll show you. The sort of nobody believes in us type of thing. He elected to answer the question by saying that he doesn't call it running back because they've got a new right fielder. They're going to play Crawford. They're going to have Painter. They have new relievers. But, Mike, let's be honest. They're running it back. And I agree with it because when we talk about running it back, we're talking about the core guys that have been here since 2020. Your Harpers, I realize Turner came the next year, but he counts. Your Bohms, your Stotts, your Nolas, your Wheelers, your Realmutos. The core, your Schwabers, the core of this team is still together. They didn't go out and do what the New York Mets did in the offseason. And, hey, I agree with it. I would not break up this core either. This team won 96 games. It won 2 National League East titles. And you look back at the 4-game series with the Dodgers, they won one of them. They had a lead in game 1. They had a winning run at second base with nobody out in game 2. And game 4 gets decided in the 11th inning on a fluke pitching error. So I would not break up the core of this team either.
All right, Mike. Obviously, by the way, a big question we asked our listeners yesterday, team better this year or last year? About 90% thought that last year's team was better than this year's team. Do you agree?
Again, interesting question, right? I am kind of on the fence about that, not to try to, dodge your question or anything, but let me put it to you like this. There are questions about the starting pitching going into this season. Yes, you've got Sanchez and Luzardo.
I think we lost you. Our lines are crossed or something happened there that was a little wonky. McGarry was talking, then all of a sudden he just vanished, and then it sounded like somebody was chanting, "Let's go Phillies" or something. Is Verizon having another outage? Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. We asked the question yesterday, team better this year or last year? Most of you guys voted last year's team was better, to which I actually disagree with that. I don't think last year's team is better than this year's Phillies team. Now, it doesn't mean I'm overly excited about this year's Phillies team, but I don't think last year's team was better. 86% of the people voted yesterday that last year's team was better. 13% said this year's team is better. So as we bring Mike back on, I'll tell you, Mike, I think it's clear that this year's team is better than last year's team.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of it you heard of me last before I got I'm so into the conversation here. I hit a wrong button on the phone and accidentally disconnected myself. This is what this baseball talk is doing for us right now. Again, I said not as good because there are questions about the starting pitching, but as good, maybe better, because you have a definitive closer for the first time in this stretch. You have a guy at the back of a bullpen that can shorten games, and he's going to close the games. So that's an argument for why they're better. I think they're right in that same sort of, sweet spot. 90 to 95 wins, win the division or get a wild card spot. That's where I think they are. Just about the same as they were last year.
Mike, I agree with the 1 point. Their bullpen should be significantly better. They did not have Duran last year until the trade deadline. That means they went from opening day till July 31st with almost no closer because you lost Alvarado. So you went through most of the year without a closer, and then once you got Duran, you have an elite closer. He'll be here the whole year. Keller is better than any other guy they had on that bullpen last year. Now you've got Alvarado for a full season, hopefully as well. Those three guys make your top three significantly better than your top three up until July 31st last year. And even after July, even though you got Duran, you didn't have a Keller and you didn't have Alvarado the second half of that year either. So I think their bullpen is way better than last year's.
Yeah, and yesterday, Mike, Tanner Banks was one of the Phillies who spoke in the Phillies clubhouse when they did their little winter caravan thing. And I asked him flat out, I said, what impact does it have having a defined, definitive closer from day one? And he said it makes all the difference in the world because now all the other relievers know exactly where they fall in the pecking order. They know exactly what their role is. They can get comfortable with their role. And, Mike, I don't understand it. I've been around baseball a long time. I've been lucky enough to be around the Phillies a long time. Again, I don't understand it. To me, what you get 3 outs in the 5th inning, it's the same as 3 outs in the 7th inning. It's 3 outs in the 8th inning. It's 3 outs in the 6th inning. What's the difference? But relievers don't like to work like that. Relievers like to know that, okay, I come in the 6th or 7th inning. I come in the 8th inning. I close the game. That's my role. That's where I perform. That's where I'm at my best. The relievers like defined roles. They do not like to be jerked around or put in different situations. And having Duran at the back end of that bullpen and having Keller now as your big setup guy and Alvarado as your setup guy defines everybody's roles and will make everybody in that bullpen better from day one.
All right, he's Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. You can read more of his Phillies offseason coverage right now over at pressofac.com, at AC Press McGarry on the Twitter X platform. And he'll be back on Friday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he is, Mike McGarry, everybody from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofAC.com. And don't forget this weekend, it is championship weekend on 97.3 ESPN. We've got them both, the AFC, the NFC championship game, Rams, Seahawks. And, of course, coming up right after that, it will be the Patriots and the Falcons. You can listen to, and the Broncos. You can listen to both games on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And when we come back, another top free agent, Major League Baseball free agent, is off the board. One signed about an hour ago. Plus, what does Hembo think about the Phillies offseason? He joins me at 3 o'clock. You don't want to miss what Hembo has to say about Dave Dombrowski's comments from yesterday, do you? That's coming up in 13 minutes. More Sports Bash on the way. All right, 252 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, it's that time of the year, the Metro Atlantic Basketball Classic, high school basketball this week. It's coming to Stockton University, actually next week, I should say. The Metro at Stockton. It's the best high school players in the nation. Cade Cunningham, Karl Anthony Towns, Sixer star VJ Edgecombe, Cooper Flagg. They all played in the Metro, and now the Metro is coming to Stockton University. Get your tickets at metroclassicbasketball.com. I'm Mike Hill. It's the Sports Bash. Another top MLB free agent is off the board. If you had any hopes that the Phillies were going to get in on Cody Bellinger, he is now back with the Yankees. He gets a 5-year, $162 million deal, no trade clause. He's got opt-outs after 2027 and 2028. So there you go right there. You can see the two opt-out situation. Philly said yesterday they are not giving opt-outs. It's something they just will not do. Full no trade, Bellinger, 5-year, $162 million deal. He goes back to the Yankees, and the Phillies miss out on another guy. Now, some people would say he wasn't a great fit, left-handed bat, but center field, good defensive player, power, could hit 25, 30 home runs, hits better against lefties, even though he's a left-handed bat. We'll talk to Paul Hembekides about it coming up on the other side. Hembo joins me. Yesterday, Rob Thompson said he doesn't think they're running it back. They're changing over 20 to 25% of the roster. That's not a run it back to him. What does Hembo think? We'll talk to Paul Hembekides. Hembo from Get Up coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live, video streaming on YouTube, 973 ESPN. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and watch the show every single day.
Well, we're going to have 3 new relievers. We got a new right fielder. We're going to put Crawford. Crawford's going to get every chance to play. We probably got a rookie starting pitcher and Painter. We got Otto Kemp, who wasn't here at the start of last year. So we're turning over 20 to 25% of our roster. So if you think that's turning it back or running it back, whatever the saying is, yeah, I can't help you.
Rob Thompson was asked that yesterday. Are you running it back? He said, I'm changing 20 to 25% of my roster. I don't know what you're talking about. Is he right? Paul Hembekides. Hembo's with us from Get Up. Joins us now to talk a little Phils. They are content with the club. They got a good club. Are they better, this club? Are we overreacting to the club? Let's ask Hembo right now as he joins us on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. And Hembo, welcome back, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing all right, my friend. I have to admit, I'm a touch cranky after hearing Rob Thompson take shots at you and me and other people that have been saying very credible and very sensible things about his club. And I have to admit, I haven't quite gotten over the Eagles' loss at the link to start the postseason either. So, look, candidly, I've been a lot better. But you and I, as our resident Negadelphians, I'm sure we can hash this thing out in 20 minutes later.
Let's try to put the pieces together here. I mean, he says, listen, the roster's 20 to 25% different. And I will say, I mean, they did get some arms in the bullpen. Keller gives them something they didn't have last year. You should have Alvarado back. I mean, you do have a full season of Duran. You won 96 games with essentially not having a closer up until the trade deadline last year. Is that enough?
It is not. The notion that, people aren't credibly saying that the Phillies are running it back and him pushing back at that notion is candidly ridiculous. No one's suggesting that the Phillies are going to, run back the exact same 40-man roster as last year. That's literally not a thing. No one ever does that. The point is all of the necessities, if you will, have turned over year over year. So what you have wound up doing is when it comes to all the big things, like all the things that perhaps we feared, the Phillies have done the thing. My biggest fear, as you and I discussed a couple months ago, I guess at this point now, was this exact kind of offseason, one in which they brought back the older players that we coveted, one in which they failed to be elastic or malleable or proactive. And what you wind up getting is this, an offseason in which the Phillies openly flirted with Bo Bichette for much too long rather than acting upon convictions much earlier and having the chance to lock him up. And given the way they talk about Bo Bichette, calling it literally a gut punch, that is their admission of failure. I've never heard a team talk so openly about a player that they whiffed on in free agency, only to go sign with your division rival, all the while affecting 2 guys on your current roster, JT Realmuto, who you then pivoted to by overpaying, and Alec Boehm, who you would have had to have traded if Bo Bichette was signed. The Phillies are effectively saying we have to resort to plan B as a result of this. And at the same time, Rob Thompson's pushing back at the notion that this was not plan A all along. To me, there's a pretty serious disconnect and one that requires some serious mental gymnastics that I'm not willing to entertain.
Well, they said they're content with the roster here, Hembo, and it sounds like this is a finished product. Do we believe that?
I think that it is very likely that the Phillies are done doing big things. Might they still tinker, for lack of a better term? Sure. We could still see Alec Boehm be moved, I suppose. They're talking a lot more readily about Justin Crawford being available on opening day than they are Aiden Miller. Although you and I both know that Aiden Miller hit like a man possessed the last couple months of last season. And there are people, very credible people around the industry that tell me that guy could play on opening day if they need him to, and he could be the Phillies opening day third baseman if they wanted him to. The question is that what's best for the club, considering you're paying Alec Boehm $10 million? He's not likely to fetch you anything in the trade market at this juncture, so there's no obvious reason to just sink that cost. That being said, the Phillies have effectively now, with the way that they've landlocked their roster, for lack of a better term, left themselves very little opportunity to improve. The one area that I could imagine the Phillies backfilling, for lack of a better term, is the tail end of that starting rotation. I would be entertained by the idea of bringing in Chris Bassett or, dare I say, Justin Verlander or Max Scherzer, because look, you need to be able to get to the postseason, and there are a ton of innings that you need to eat. Those are guys that should be obviously relatively inexpensive on a 1-year contract, in Bassett's case, perhaps a 2-year contract, that can help get you to water, while at the same time mentoring Andrew Painter, who was someone that Dave Dombrowski believed was so good that he was unwilling to include him in a package last year for Garrett Crochet, who in my judgment was the best pitcher in the American League last season. That's how good Dave Dombrowski believes Andrew Painter to be. And if you put him in the same clubhouse with Max Scherzer or Justin Verlander for a year, that can only help his development holistically while at the same time limiting his innings, which, of course, is going to be a major topic of conversation.
We're talking with Paul Hembekides, Hembo. You can see him on Get Up. He's a content producer there. And obviously a lot of Phillies local here when we look at the Phillies. Let's go back to the Bo Bichette fallout, the gut punch there. How do you reconcile the way they pivoted that quickly to JT? Was that their only move, or do you then say, hey, listen, you didn't get Bo, 3 years, $45 million? Did they have hand in this one? Could they have kind of said, hey, man, we made you an offer, you didn't take it, we pivoted, we're not going to give you 3 years, 45? Like, was that ridiculous, or do you understand them going back down that road?
It was ridiculous. What the Phillies have managed to do this offseason is exhibit a masterclass in asset mismanagement. Let's follow the logic trail here. We are all happy that in a vacuum, you bring back Schwartz on a 5-year $150. That's what the market necessitated. However, it never had to be this way because you've known that Kyle Schwarber was going to be a free agent this winter for as long as he has been on your team. And the Phillies' decision to let him play out his platform year rather than extend him probably cost you at least 1 year, if not more than 1 year, and $20, $30, $40 million when it comes to his future contract or his next contract, considering you had to pay him in a competitive market for a contract year. So that's the first area in which the Phillies mismanaged their own asset. The same can be said about JT Realmuto, who you also happen to know is going to be a free agent after this season because he was, of course, your player. And once you traded Eduardo Tait in the trade for Johan Duran, you effectively said, we have no off-ramp built, and what the Phillies should have then done immediately, if not beforehand, is ensure that he was extended for as long as was reasonable. What you then wound up having to do, after failing to get Bo Bichette, was pay him a market value contract, a diminishing skill, older catcher who has not demonstrated any above-average skills over the course of the last 2 years. That's hitting, and that's fielding, and that's base running. At this point, JT Realmuto I view as a league-average starter as a catcher whose skills are diminishing. So you effectively paid him, and I'm sorry for flirting with you this whole time, Tax,
yes,
because you felt badly that he was not plan B this offseason after Schwarber and after Bo Bichette, which leads me, of course, to Bo Bichette. Look, I don't intend to sort of hot take this or diatribe you, but we have to say the things out loud that need to be said aloud. Bo Bichette has been a scheduled free agent this offseason for as long as Bo Bichette has been Bo Bichette. We have known for a long time that he was going to be available to every club this offseason. So when the offseason begins, and the Phillies signed Kyle Schwarber, which we know was plan A, if they at that point knew that it was within their budget to identify a 27-year-old infielder with a plus-plus hit tool that wanted to play here, what they should have then done was pounced. The notion that they had to publicly court him in such a way that everyone and their mother knew that they were interested, only to wait so long to see the Kyle Tucker contract materialize with the Dodgers, the Mets to swing and miss as a result of being used to inflate that price tag, and then for them to have to pivot at the 11th hour to steal your player is ridiculous. We have known for as long as can be that Bo Bichette was available for you this offseason. The Phillies presumably had it in their budget for a very long time. So the idea that we had to wait until January to start this mess, rather than not sign him at the same exact time you did Kyle Schwarber, which would have made a whole lot of sense, wound up costing you exorbitantly. So when you consider all the different tentacles here, I have to say that Don Bo and that front office demonstrated a ridiculous lack of foresight.
I agree with almost everything you said there. The whole JT thing, I think they bungled big time. Let me get your thoughts then on what's left, because people are saying, well, you got to get creative. I don't know where else you can get creative. I mean, to me, and you might disagree, and you can tell me if you do, I look at Alec Bohm and just say, no value. Bryson Stott, very little to no value. Like, you could trade those guys, but you're not changing the complexion of your team. Like, you're not getting – those guys are dime a dozen. Those guys are league average players. So people keep saying, trade Bohm, trade Stott, trade Marsh. And I'm thinking, for what? You're not getting anything for them.
So you're right about Bohm. You're wrong about Stott, and I'll tell you why. I don't have access to any proprietary modeling, but from what I do understand about the way that the league views each of those players, Alec Bohm is effectively viewed as a league average starter at third base without much power without much defense, without much base running, and so you're not going to get hardly anything for him for $10 million. So you're absolutely right about that. There is no obvious reason to move him because you're not going to be able to get nearly enough for him to make that worth it. Bryson Stott, and the notion of trading Bryson Stott, is something that I would definitely be willing to entertain if the aforementioned Aiden Miller is ready to start on opening day, or at least Edmundo Sosa can hand in that baton as soon as you're done manipulating his service time. The problem is that is far from the Phillies' biggest problem. The problem is that the Phillies have one of the 5 worst outfields in baseball, which you and I have discussed ad nauseum. So trading Bryson Stott, unless you are going to get a demonstrable improvement in your outfield, isn't worth doing for a win now team. And it's going to be very difficult to find a team that has a surplus of outfielders, that needs a second baseman, which is the only place, of course, that he has really ever played aside from moonlighting at shortstop back 3 or 4 years ago. And that's not the kind of thing that's easy to put together. I'm sure we could fake a trade package in which we can make it work. But the idea of this one-for-one player trade where you're going to trade Stott for an outfielder, especially when considering the Phillies seem to be set with a Marsh Kemp platoon in left, a Crawford Rojas platoon in center, and then Adolis Garcia and the $19 million casket that is the Nick Castellanos contract, just like, I guess, whisking in the wind. There's just no obvious way for this team to get better. I would have much preferred, as you and I have discussed, not signing Adolis Garcia to a 1-year, $10 million contract for no obvious reason when they did. Because in further digging into the profile, there's actually even less there from the perspective of plate skills than I was expecting. So if you wind up running into a good year from him, so be it. And I'll certainly admit that I was wrong. But we've already seen this so many different times with 1-year identification with this front office, and they failed miserably with people like Whit Merrifield and people like Max Kepler and so on and so forth. And so unless you're going to find a way to improve your outfield, which I think is probably too late at this point, what this team is looking at right now is literally this team. And I think it's a perfectly reasonable team that is likely to make the playoffs. They are as likely to win the division as they are to finish third in the division. But it's hard for me to sort of forecast this season with the same kind of juice that I would have certainly had the Phillies signed Bo Bichette, which seemingly was their plan all along. And for some reason, they waited until the depths of January to try and make it happen.
Right. And for the Stott thing, I look at a guy who the Phillies view as kind of a platoon player. So if you're trading him, I think you're probably getting the platoon-level player back in return, and that doesn't make the roster that any better, was kind of my point. Like, yeah, somebody might want Stott, but they're not giving you anything that you're, like, plugging in as an everyday player and making this team every day better. That's where you're kind of trapped. You just mentioned Garcia. You're spending $30 million on right field this year with that Castellanos situation, essentially. And I would imagine he's just going to get released, right? I mean, they're not going to keep him around. And I can't imagine anybody's burning up the phone lines to give you anything for him.
No, I don't even know that a team is going to be willing to forfeit a bag of sunflower seeds regardless of the flavor for Nick Castellanos. Because not only can't he hit, he's arguably the worst right fielder in baseball, at least those that get to play at all. And as we know, he's kind of a headache in the clubhouse. Like, he doesn't really have an attribute that you can hang your hat on and say, I'm even willing to pay that player $5 million. If he were a free agent this offseason, he would probably have received a 1-year contract worth something like that, $5 to $10 million. And so if the Phillies have made it exceedingly clear that we're not going to have him on our roster next year, why would you trade for him and pay 1 cent for him when you know they're just going to DFA him? Like, that's not a sensible thing. The Phillies have overplayed their hand in so many different ways, like an off-season plan. Like, it's a living, breathing organism that requires you to be able to respond to each of the stimuli that you encounter. And what the Phillies effectively did in each and every turn was fail to maximize on their assets. They allowed Kyle Schwarber's value to be driven up. The same with JT Realmuto. You allowed Bo Bichette to go to a division rival because you putzed around much too long. The only thing they've really done that I can say was shrewd was signing Brad Keller, whom I view as being a very legitimate eighth-inning guy. I mean, the Phillies pitching staff is going to be outstanding. But what they're going to wind up doing this year from a lineup standpoint is relying heavily on a couple things that are candidly low probability propositions. You're requiring Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper to have Hall of Fame seasons, and you're requiring Justin Crawford as a rookie without any big league experience to give you 2 or 3 WAR in center field. Those are low probability propositions, and the Phillies don't need 1 or 2 of them to happen. They need all of them to happen. And so this is just generally speaking, a perfect example of the way in which I was fearful Dave Dombrowski would handle this offseason. It's very sort of like the way that things ended for him in Detroit and Boston, when I wouldn't want to say that the league has passed him by, because that's a Hall of Fame executive. I think he is great at the job and someone whom I deeply admire. At the same time, even he admitted that he got played here with the Bo Bichette of it all. And to me, that was the tent pole on which the entire offseason rested, and it fell out from under them in the middle of the night.
Well, and then Hembo, right after that, Bichette goes. I don't know what your thoughts are on the trade the Mets made today, but Bellinger goes, Tucker starts the whole domino effect, and here you are kind of sitting down. You lost Bichette, they get Robert. I don't know if you love that deal for them, but Bellinger goes. I don't know if you were in on Bellinger, and you basically are out of options now. You've put yourself in a spot where you've made the perception that you're running it back because you don't have any place else to go.
That's right. And the Phillies, whether it be intentional or otherwise, have painted themselves in a corner. And my fear is that John Middleton has allowed his fandom to creep a little bit too much into team building. There isn't a smart general manager in baseball on his own accord that would have given JT Realmuto that contract, especially a contract without having any real competition in the marketplace. Best I understand, the Rays and the Red Sox were mildly interested in the player. There is no chance that either of those teams were willing to give him $15 a year or a third year. So the Phillies effectively paid him more than 100 cents on the dollar because, best I can tell, they felt badly that they hurt his feelings throughout all of this. That is profoundly bad business, as is the same way that they have handled the Nick Castellanos situation over the years, and in some sense, the Alec Boehm situation over the years. And the fact that they got played by Kyle Schwarber and his agent a year ago, it demonstrates the lack of foresight with this front office. They don't have enough cutthroat in them. Meanwhile, David Stearns is willing to trade every legacy Met ever and rebuild this thing from the studs. The Atlanta Braves have had one of the best low-key off seasons in baseball, and these are teams that are humming for the Phillies, and prosperity in baseball, as you well know, especially in this division, is fleeting. The Phillies are just as likely to experience what they did from the 2011 to 2012 swing as they are to be back on the top of the mountain last year. When you consider their biggest rivals in the context of the National League, everyone has gotten demonstrably better. And the Phillies, you can say, at best, have stayed status quo. Meanwhile, we let our number 3 starter, who is had just turned 30 off to Boston. And as it turns out, it's a really valuable player that perhaps we should have locked up a year or 2 or 3 ago. These are all the things that were foreseeable. And instead, the Phillies, I think, wound up putting themselves in a situation this offseason that I think might wind up accelerating the demise of this era of Phillies baseball.
Well said, Hembo. There's Eugenio Suarez, Luis Ariz, Framber Valdez, any of those guys you say, you know what, I would take a swing at them, or do you just say, you know what, go in with what you got, see what happens at the deadline? Not a great free agent class next year.
No, and that's why you've seen teams be willing to spend money hand over fist this offseason for free agents. And the Phillies, look, in bringing back Kyle Schwarber, got the biggest thing right. They got the biggest thing right, and I think we can at least laud them for that. And again, they're setting themselves up to have an outstanding bullpen. But as you well know, in today's environment, with how good pitching is right now, you cannot thrive in a postseason context, series after series, churning out a lineup to what the Phillies had basically since Game 6 of the LCS against the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Phillies haven't hit a lick during that period of time. And Bo Bichette was the perfect elixir for what ailed them. But as you look at the free agent market right now, they're not citing any of these people, in part because, A, none of them are that desirable, and B, the Phillies are going to have to pay basically 2 to 1 for every dollar that they spend because they're so ahead of the luxury tax. They're not going to be willing to sign Luis Ariz to a 1-year, we'll call it $10 million contract, because they're going to have to pay him $18, $20, $22 million for that $10 million because they put themselves in the position financially in which they have. What they need are the kids to come up and perform well, and what they need are their stars to star. If both of those things don't happen, you and I could be having a conversation a year from now, I should say, and the Phillies could have finished 3rd in the National League East because of their lack of foresight. These things in sports, from my experience, I mean, I've worked at ESPN now for a dozen years or so. From my experience, the public is usually about a year lagged, a year behind, which is to say windows close a year before you realize they do. When Ryan Howard tore his Achilles, we didn't know at the time that was it. We didn't know for another year. I don't know that was the case with this group of Phillies, and I think there's a meaningful chance that next year they're still very successful. But I also know that they're now sort of swimming upstream because of the age of players, because of the expense of the roster and lack of reinforcements in the organization. There are a lot of reasons why the Phillies are an obvious regression team, and it's rules to sort of burst through those trends and demonstrate that they're all-time greats in Schwarber's case and in Harper's case and in Turner's case and in Wheeler's case. These things have to happen. The projections are only so useful. What you need is now the people to demonstrate that they have more aptitude than those projections say.
All right, before we get you out of here, good stuff on the Phillies. Hembo's with us, Paul Hembekides. Is the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator job an attractive job, or are people like, nah, you know what? There's a lot of openings in this league. I'll go entrepreneur them.
So from what I understand here, and I want to make clear, I'm friendly with, by and large, all of the reporters that have either have worked at ESPN or still do. And so keep in mind, like I have these connections, and so I'm not only like, I suppose, well-sourced, but at the same time predisposed to defending my friends, for lack of a better term. All that being said, it is not the most attractive OC job available. It is, however, an attractive OC job. And the reason it is not the most attractive OC job available is because while you are only 1 year away from being the head coach at wherever you want to be next year, ask Shane Steichen, right? Ask Kellen Moore. At the same time, we also now very much see the downside with Brian Johnson and with Kevin Patullo. These are things that coordinators, or at least aspiring coordinators, can see circumstantially. So Mike McDaniel, for example, who's going to the Chargers. I can't tell you with any degree of certainty whether or not the Eagles wanted him more than whomever they hire. What I can say is that coaching in Philadelphia relative to coaching the Chargers is obviously night and day. Like, I'm not sure that those joggers are going to wear as well on this sideline as that one. I know for sure that we care about our team way more than the Chargers fans care about their team. And so all these coaches and their agents are sort of doing this math equation. Am I set up to succeed in Philadelphia? And to what extent do my failings fail the future of my career? Mm-hmm. If Mike McDaniel has a down year with the Chargers, he is not going to spontaneously combust. Right? His house is not going to be egged. If Mike McDaniel fails in Philadelphia, by October 1st, we will all loathe him and everything that he represents. And that will be fair because we love our teams. We care about our teams, right? Whereas 24 other fan bases across this sport merely like their teams, merely care mildly about their teams. So these are part of the calculus. I have to also just mention quickly before you let me go that from a personnel standpoint, I don't truly know what the Eagles offense is going to look like next year because of all the interpersonal dynamics at play. On paper, I think it's a fantastic job. Obviously, it goes without saying with the great offensive line coaching, good personnel, and all the ingredients to be great. I don't know what agents around the league are telling themselves about how differently this roster might look and what exactly it's like to coach Jalen Hurts, who has had a lot of different coordinators. We've always credited him for that. I'm not so sure that the league doesn't debit him for that, to be totally candid with you. So it's a very complicated question that you asked me, and I'm not sure I provided you a satisfying response. I merely wanted to reflect what I'm hearing behind the scenes about the way that job is perceived, and I did the best I could.
That said, do you have the guy that you'd like to see calling plays?
So I would love Brian Daboll to be the Eagles' next offensive coordinator, although I do think it is likely, if not certain, that he'll wind up coaching Josh Allen on the Buffalo Bills. I think he is likely to be Sean McDermott's successor. I also think Cliff Kingsbury would do a marvelous job because he's a great RPO guy, and as you've seen with the numbers that I've sent along, the Eagles' biggest problem in 2 of their last 4 years was a complete failure from an RPO standpoint. Cliff would do a good job. My understanding is that he is likely not to want to come to Philadelphia and that he's likely to find a softer landing somewhere like Tennessee. And beyond that, you're now just subjected to who can interview the best. That's not a satisfying answer, but I don't know to what extent Nick Sirianni is going to have a say in this. My suspicion is that he's not going to have much of one and doesn't have much of a tree anymore, to be totally honest with you. So what I was kind of hoping was that the Colts would get impatient and fire Shane Steichen. Obviously, that has not happened. But in the end, aside from like the big three, for lack of a better term, I don't have a satisfactory answer for you. But I do think that I would do whatever I could to keep Brian Daboll and or Cliff Kingsbury if that opportunity presented itself.
All right, there we go. Hembo here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Of course, check him out on Get Up. The guys have been following all the NFL playoffs and everything else that's happening, and he was kind enough to join us on short notice here. I'm very content with this conversation.
That makes 2 of us, my friend. We'll talk soon.
I'll see you in San Fran, man. Take care.
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul Hembekides, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Hembo, talking a little Phils, always fired up, always good stuff when we get to tap into Hembo here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, we got so much more to do, and, of course, that one has a lot of reaction, 609-403-0973. But when we come back, we're going to talk to Q Myers. He's back for another look at the playoffs in the NFL, all that and more. We'll see what he thinks about this job. How attractive is the Philadelphia job? We ask Q Myers coming up next. 3:31. Welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN this hour. We're brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Don't forget, you can watch the show, subscribe on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show on the X platform. Right now, Q Myers from Game Night stops by. We'll continue the conversation. The Eagles have an opening. Is this an attractive job if you were to look at this as a offensive coordinator? Let's see what Q Myers thinks right now on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You know, there's a lot of job openings out there. Do you look at Philadelphia's offensive coordinator job as one that you would say, yeah, if you're a high-profile play caller, I want that job, Q?
Yeah, I would think so, and it's always great to be on the show with you, Mike. But, yeah, I would think it's a really good job. I mean, look, we saw what Kellen Moore did with that job. We saw what Shane Steichen did with that job. If you're an offensive coordinator, especially one that just got fired like a Brian Daboll, and I know that he's interviewed with the Eagles, I would think, hey, I want to get back into the head coaching rank. What's the best opportunity for me? Go somewhere where I know they have talent. Do they have some issues? Sure. But if I can help figure that out, it's going to make me look like the belle of the ball. It's going to make me look like the king of the castle when this next head coaching cycle comes around. And look, the reality is, man, there is 10 openings when it's all said and done this year, which is incredible. Normally it's 6 or 7. We're talking about 10. But, yeah, I would think if I'm a hotshot offensive coordinator mind, whether I was a guy that used to be a head coach or a guy that I feel like I'm on the come up, like a Davis Webb or a Mike LaFleur or a Clint Kubiak. I know Clint Kubiak's in Seattle, so he's not going to do that. But these other guys aren't calling plays. I would definitely look at that as an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. By the way, a new name just came out that mentioned with the Eagles, that has interviewed with the Eagles, according to Mike Garafolo. Matt Nagy has interviewed for the job, which is a guy I brought up in the first hour that I would be interested in. But, you know, it seems like Mike McDaniel said, not really interested. Brian Daboll seems like, and those are the two of the higher profile guys. Now you just mentioned a bunch of guys that I think are a little less under the radar. Do the Eagles, though, need to get a more veteran play caller that, you know, instead of going down the road that they've gone down, an inexperienced guy? Brian Johnson got fired. Kevin Petula got fired. When they brought in Kellen Moore, they won a Super Bowl. When they had Shane Steichen, they got to a Super Bowl. So they need to get a guy who has a little bit more experience.
Yeah, that makes sense. It really does. And that Matt Nagy, nugget that you just dropped, I didn't see that. And that's interesting to me because we saw Kansas City decided to move on, right? They all said, and the reports were, well, we all assume he's going to get a head coaching job. It sounds like he's not getting a head coaching job by the reports of it. And so maybe that would be the one that decides to go there. And Mike, I'll tell you, I'm not sold on Matt Nagy. I'm not 100% sure what he does. You know, I mean, like, and I don't want to sound disrespectful, but I don't know how much say-so he has of what goes on in Kansas City. We know it goes through Big Red, and then we saw what happened when he was a head coach. It didn't work out too well. So I'm really intrigued by that to see if there's really something there. I don't know what he brings to the table. So that's one of those names that I look at. I'm like, yeah, not really that interested in that guy, but he'll get a job somewhere because he's not going to be the OC now in Kansas City. That's for sure. Eric Bieniemy got that.
All right, yeah, that's a weird whole situation there that Bieniemy gets that job back. Nagy was there. They just assumed he was going to get a job, so they don't renew his contract. But I would say this. He was in Chicago. He got that team to the playoffs with Mitch Trubisky. I mean, they were 12-4 1 year there, and then, they were 500 after that. You could say to be 500 and 12-4 with Mitch Trubisky, like, I'm a little intrigued why he doesn't have as high a profile, because he was a head coach in this league. He was a play caller, whereas Brian Daboll was a failed head coach, much worse than what Nagy was in Chicago, where Daboll was in New York. So that one is a little fascinating to me. The Mike McDaniel thing, I can understand. He's kind of an offensive guy. Going to L.A. is kind of fits him, but Nagy not getting as much gravitas, I guess, as Daboll or some of the former head coaches is a little interesting to me.
Well, we give Daboll so much credit for developing Josh Allen. So that's the first thing that we all gravitate to when we start to think about Brian Daboll. He did fail in New York. He did also get Daniel Jones a contract extension. Now, I know he was the guy that was leading the charge there, and we saw what happened after that. So I give him credit. Matt Nagy, that whole situation, though, to me just felt clunky. It just never felt like – and he did have success, sure. I just don't think that – I don't know. It just felt off. It didn't feel like it was right. It felt like it was just weird. But, I mean, hey, look, if you get wins, that's all that really matters. You can be as weird as you want to be. But it never felt like smooth and rhythmic, and it just felt kind of gross. Now, it wasn't Mark Trestman gross when he was in Chicago, but it was, to me, it didn't feel right to me.
Well, let me get your thoughts on the guys who aren't taking this job, Q. Do they look at Jalen Hurts and say, I just don't think he can. I can do it here. I mean, I don't think he can run my offense. Like he doesn't give, it doesn't give me what I need from that position.
Well, I don't think that that's a very good coach then. Look, make no mistake about it. Regardless how anyone feels about Jalen Hurts, he's a talented dude. Right? I mean, he was a second-round pick. He was a winner when he was at Alabama. He was a winner at Oklahoma. He can get you to where you need to go. Is he an elite quarterback? Is he, top of the food chain? No. But there's things that he can do really well. The thing is, and this is what coaches do all the time, and it drives me crazy, Mike, they try to make the quarterback or the team or the players fit in with their system. And I say that in air quotes, instead of saying, okay, I'm a really good coordinator. I'm a really good coach. I know how to coach football. You know what football coaches do? They coach football players. Jalen Hurts is a really good football player. So don't try to fit him into what you want him to do. Take what he does and highlight that and showcase it and make it be the focal point of the offense. Do what Kellen Moore did. Okay, this is what our guy does well. So let's do it, right? I mean, it drives me crazy. And this is why we see coaches get hired and fired, because they come in with their idea that they're going to change guys. Look, when you get to the league, man, you kind of are who you are, right? And now we know Josh Allen got a little bit better. He got developed. But once you get to the league, man, it's hard to all of a sudden make a tiger change his stripes. So just go what this guy does, how he butters his bread. You highlight that. That is your job as the coach. And I think too many coordinators and coaches, they fail to do that.
All right, Q Myers game night here on 97.3 ESPN. The other side of the coin, if it's not Jalen Hurts, is it the Eagles organization as a whole that, well, I don't know if I get to run my offense. Nick Sirianni's kind of handed his playbook over to some of these play callers. You've got guys who have been one and done here. Is that something that is holding some of these guys back?
Yeah, I can see that. Now, that's something right there. If you're going to bring in an offensive coordinator, again, go back to what I just said. Go back to let that guy diagnose what you have. Like, look at him, let him look at the groceries and say, all right, this is the kind of dinner I could prepare with this. And don't pigeonhole into him, no, you have to do this. Let him create his masterpiece if you're going to bring in an offensive coordinator. And stability is also the big thing, right? And I'm here locally in Las Vegas. I cover the Raiders, and that's one of the biggest things that they have to do right now. They have to sell a head coach candidate on the organization as opposed to the candidate having to sell themselves to the organization, because there hasn't had the stability. So the organization that is the Philadelphia Eagles has to allow this offensive coordinator, whoever it's going to be, to know that, hey, man, you're not going to be one and done, and this is why. Yes, we've pulled the plug on this guy and that guy, but we're going to make sure that you have the ability to ramp up. The problem is the Eagles have been so successful, and they've been to the Super Bowl, so now it's like Super Bowl or bust, right? It feels like that they need to be there every year, and in reality, that's not what it is. But that's where the scrutiny is going to come in. Well, they're not in the Super Bowl. Well, they're falling a little bit short. Hey, man, they won 12 games. Well, they won 13, whatever the case is, right? But their bar is obviously way higher than the Raiders. So it's stability, though. That is a big deal. And somehow the organization's got to be able to convince that candidate that they're going to get that stability.
Well, right. I mean, you take a look at the offensive coordinator here, got his house egged. He basically gets, drug under the carpet week in and week out when things don't go well. So you do have to wonder if some of these guys are just like, I don't need this. I can go with Justin Herbert. But that goes back to the quarterback thing. Is, do they view Justin Herbert as someone I'd rather work with? Does Brian Daboll say, I'd rather work with Cam Ward than Jalen Hurts? Some of these situations you would think, man, the Philly offense is where a coordinator would want to be for his next job, but it doesn't seem that people are jumping at this thing. Do you find that to be a little bit odd?
I mean, I feel like it's a little bit odd, but like with Coach McDaniel, honestly, I think he's not a cold weather dude anyway. I don't think Philly would fit his MO. Like,
anytime you see the Dolphins play in the Northeast, that guy looks miserable.
he looks miserable. Like, and so when he went to L.A. and he's agreeing to go to L.A. to be the Chargers OC, which, by the way, is not said and done yet. It's not all the way in the books. There's a scenario where the Ravens or the Raiders could decide to make him the head coach, and I don't think it's going to happen. And he could take that job, but it looks like he's going to be the Chargers OC. I think he's more of a warm weather dude. Like he was in San Francisco, he was in Miami. I think he wants everything to do with the West Coast and much better weather. He just, like you said, looks miserable anytime he's in any kind of cold, and his teams show that, right? His teams play like they're miserable too. So I think that maybe Philly might have dodged a good one there by having Mike McDaniel decide to go to L.A.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is an interesting story with this job here that is still open. You got Daboll, who might talk to Buffalo. If he doesn't get the Buffalo job, he might turn his attention to the Titans' offensive coordinator job. He didn't get the head coaching job there. And then you got Nagy, who interviewed for the Titans head coaching job twice. He's also interviewed for multiple head coaching jobs in Tennessee, Arizona, Vegas, Baltimore. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But you might have to end up settling for kind of a lesser-known name, and we'll see how well that goes over with the fan base, who right now is wondering who will call plays for Jalen Hurts next. Let's go to the next topic in Philadelphia. A.J. Brown, Q Myers, crystal ball this offseason for A.J. Brown.
I mean, it feels like the inevitable is that he's going to get traded, but there's so much money on the books, right? There's so much money, and look, Denver proved that dead cap money doesn't mean anything, right? You can still survive it. It just feels like that has to come to an end at some point. There's a marriage there that has to end, right? We all know we like the couple. That's cool, but they're not really good for each other. And it just seems like it's ran its course there in Philadelphia. I think that it would be good for him and probably the Eagles as well to go ahead and part ways. The problem is, how do you manage that salary? Where is he going to go where he's going to be happy? Because this is not the first team that's looking to possibly trade him. Remember, he got traded from Tennessee as well, and that's a team that needs all the talent as possible. So they clearly saw something early on. They moved on from him. Philadelphia, I feel like they're in that situation now where they're about to move on from him. And who wants to pick that up? Like I had someone, and I hate to keep referring to the Raiders, but I'm here locally. I had someone hit me up and say, hey, man, A.J. Brown, the Raiders should bring him in. I said, that's not right for the culture, brother. That's not right for the culture. Like, they're too young and impressionable of a team. He needs a locker room that's strong. Needs a locker room that can handle the challenges like a Philadelphia. I just don't know where outside of Philadelphia that would be.
I have seen some of these mock offseason trades that always make you think a A.J. Brown, Max Crosby swap.
No.
Do you see this being the offseason?
Cut that out.
Do you see this being the offseason that Crosby gets moved? Because I bring that up is that I think Philadelphia, one of the big stories from last weekend was, to me, Seattle's defense stuffed the 49ers into a locker. The Eagles' defense gave up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter on their home field to that Niners team. The Eagles need a legit pass rusher.
I think that he would get moved if he asked to get moved. I don't think that the Raiders are looking to trade him. I really don't. They talked about seeing all the players that used to be on the Raiders in the building and now are still playing in the playoffs or across the league and playing at a high level, and they've let too many of those guys go. Well, obviously Max is the best of the best for the Raiders. So I don't see that happening unless he goes to them and says, look, I've tried. It's been 7 years. I've had 15 coaches, whatever the case is. I just need to go. It's funny that you bring up Max Crosby, though, because I'm on location today. I'm literally sitting outside the building right now where Max is going to be at. And the only reason I'm on location is I'm going to talk to him later this afternoon as he's presenting a check. You know, he's doing a lot of nice community work here in Vegas. But it's so funny that you bring up Max because that's why I'm on the road and can't join you on video today. But it's so funny because that name has popped up with a lot of different, teams, and could they move him? And I heard him on his podcast talking about there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of noise going on right now. And he said, I'm just worried about rehabbing my knee and getting back to being the best version of myself. So it will be an interesting offseason. I'm not going to rule it completely out. I think that Max would have to approach the team, though, for a trade as opposed to the team just looking to move him.
Well, the way that season ended with them kind of shutting him down, he didn't seem all that happy.
Yeah.
Now they fire the coach. No. Who's your pick for coach out there? Who do you want to see?
I think it's either Clint Kubiak or I think it's Davis Webb. I've narrowed it down to those two guys. Clint Kubiak, with what he's been able to do in multiple locations with quarterbacks from Minnesota to New Orleans, now in Seattle with Sam Darnold. I think Fernando Mendoza, who I believe is going to be the number 1 overall pick by the Raiders, he would be a guy that he could work really well with and get the most out of him. And then, like I said, Davis Webb, I know he's only a passing game coordinator in Denver, but apparently, man, he's got so much respect around the league. And the fact that Sean Payton, didn't let him leave the town when he interviewed with him, he got halfway to the airport and he was like, man, go get that guy, bring him back. It's just when you see stuff like that, it just feels like he's on a fast track. And I think that the Raiders understand where they are as an organization. They're not like the Eagles where it's win now. They're a couple years away from winning now. So I think that they would be okay hiring a Davis Webb maybe a year, maybe even 2 years a little early, as opposed to try to go chase him down when he's a hotshot name like Ben Johnson.
All right, man. This should be interesting. There's so many openings still. Plus, you got good games this weekend. Q Myers,
Yes.
when we are in San Francisco, who will we be talking about?
Seattle and New England. And this time the Seahawks are going to have an opportunity to revenge that terrible decision that they made at the goal line when they did not give it to Marshawn Lynch. They're going to have an opportunity to revenge it. And I think that the Seahawks defense is so incredible. I can't believe I'm putting my name and my backing on Sam Darnold, but I trust that defense a little bit more than I trust New England and Drake May as a second-year guy. That's my biggest thing, is that Drake May just doesn't have the experience. And I think Mike McDaniel, what he's been able to do as the head coach of Seattle has been incredible, and he's going to find a way to light that dude up. So I think those two will be playing in the Super Bowl, and I think Seattle wins it.
Unbelievable that the New England Patriots could be back in the Super Bowl and start
that's
this
sick.
thing all over again. Q Myers Game Night will have more. And if something happens with Max Crosby, you can hear him tonight on on 97.3 ESPN on Game Night. It starts at 10 o'clock. Thanks, bud.
All the time, my man. Appreciate you.
All right, there's Q Myers from Game Night right here on 97.3 ESPN. The show starts at 10. He's going to talk to Max Crosby right now. Hey, Max, you want to go play in Philadelphia? Would that be something you'd be interested in? And A.J. Brown, Max Crosby could be, hey, he needs a change of scenery. You need a change of scenery. Problem is, as Q Myers said, the change of scenery for A.J. Brown going to the Raiders, probably not a great situation because they aren't very good. All right, when we come back, it is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, which involves A.J. Brown and his future. Hear what one NFL insider said next.
Brandon Beane is a swing for the fences type of GM. Hasn't done it so much recently, but go back to Von Miller, go back before, to Stephon Diggs. I mean, those moves, I think, are always on the table with a guy who likes to be known as Big Baller Beane.
Big Baller Beane. That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Vic Carucci, longtime Bills reporter, was on Unsportsmanlike this morning talking about Jeremy Fowler, who put out that, not a report, but talking to executives, and they think that the Bills could be involved in trying to get A.J. Brown. Now, the Bills don't have a coach right now. We'll see who that ends up being. But Vic Carucci said that this morning on Unsportsmanlike, brought to you by White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Big Baller Beane. I like that name, by the way. That's a whole weird story out there. They promoted Beane, and then the owner came out today to defend Beane on drafting Keon Coleman, yet there's so much evidence that Beane wanted Coleman, and the owner's saying that it's not true. Wild situation. That being said, would I rule out the Bills calling the Eagles and saying, much like the Eagles had to do a couple of years ago, they had Devontae Smith, and they said, listen, we got to go get another receiver. And they traded a first-round pick to get A.J. Brown. Would the Bills craft together a similar deal to try to do the same thing the Eagles had to do back in 2022?
I think the important part of that is what he said. They did it with Stephon Diggs. He's done it before, so he should be willing to do it again.
By the way, I talked about him in the first hour of the show. The Eagles have interviewed Matt Nagy.
Didn't I tell you say his name and he appears?
He appears for their offensive coordinator job today. According to sources, he has been with Andy Reid since the 2021 season. He was in Chicago from 2018 to 2021, where he was the AP Coach of the Year. Took the Bears to the playoffs with a 12-4 season. Would you like Matt Nagy? We'll talk to Geoff Mosher. Football at 4 is on the other side. It's coming up next. This hour, we got to thank our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Call 609-390-3907. It's getting cold out there. It's supposed to snow this weekend. Make sure your heater works. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Geoff Mosher will join us today from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can check out on all podcasting platforms. He'll join us in just a couple of moments here. A bunch of stuff we want to get into quickly. Matt Nagy has interviewed for the Eagles offensive coordinator job. He was 34 wins and 31 losses as a head coach with the Chicago Bears. He has been in Kansas City the last couple of years there. His contract expired. They really thought he was going to get a head coaching job or another job, so they didn't renew the contract. They have since brought back Eric Bieniemy, but it doesn't appear that he is the front runner for any of these head coaching jobs. So now he turns his attention to potentially a offensive coordinator job, and maybe one here in Philadelphia. Matt Nagy has been interviewed today. That is the latest there. What is the latest on the search? Well, let's bring in Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And don't forget, everybody, you can watch Football at 4 and the rest of the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe and watch the show each and every day, including there's Geoff Mosher if you're watching on the YouTube channel, everybody. And hello to all our Football at 4 friends and the Inside the Birds people out there that tune in each and every day for Football at 4. And we just got a new name right before you jumped on here, Geoff Mosher. Matt Nagy, interesting, former head coach, AP Coach of the Year, got the Bears to 12-4, somehow got Mitchell Trubisky to the playoffs. Should we be excited about Matt Nagy talking to the Philadelphia Eagles? What say you?
Exciting is an interesting word. You know, I guess it depends on your definition of what's exciting. He's a guy who's been a head coach. He's a guy who's been offensive coordinator. He's worked with a lot of different quarterbacks. He's worked obviously under Andy Reid. He's from Central Pennsylvania. He was a coach here in Philadelphia under Andy Reid. He had a wild day at training camp one day when the Eagles were short of quarterbacks because of injuries, and they tried to sign him to play quarterback for a practice in camp. I was there, and then the NFL reminded the Eagles of a rule that coaches cannot sign quarterbacks that teams cannot sign their current coaches to play positions in practice. So that was a fun day, and so I don't know. You know, he's obviously West Coast offense oriented, and he's been around Andy for Andy's sort of second, I guess, generation of a modern football coach. Andy made a lot of changes when he went to Kansas City, schematically, philosophically, and Matt Nagy was able to see that there, along with what he did in Philadelphia. So there's some adaptability, but I mean that's just you're not who coached you. That's just your influence. He's familiar with the NFL's personnel. Again, he's been a play caller, although that's a little rocky, Mike. I mean, he was a play caller in Chicago for 2 years, first 2 years. Then he gave it to his offensive coordinator. Then he took it back. Then he gave it back. So kind of like Daboll and Mike Kafka. There's just not a whole lot of consistency there. But as far as having a guy who knows the league and has called plays before, he fits that criteria.
So where are we with this? I mean, there's this big debate on how attractive this job seems to be. Is it, hey, Jalen Hurts is a problem and I don't want to go there? Is it, I don't want to call Nick Sirianni's plays? Is it, hey, a lot of irrational instability. They fire these guys after 1 year. Why do we think that a job of a team that just went to the Super Bowl, hey, look, they won 11 games this year. I know the offense was a problem. There's a lot of talent here. Why would people not be more excited about this? What's happening?
Why would people not be more excited about the Eagles job? I don't know that people aren't, just because two guys in Daboll and McDaniel have looked elsewhere. And one of them might be a head coach. So you can understand why anybody would want to be a head coach. Although it's pretty clear Daboll's going to go, if he doesn't get the Bills job, to Tennessee. So why would somebody do that? And that's a good question. Everybody's got different reasons. I know with Mike McDaniel, they talk about his wife being from California. I think that there's a decent amount of job stability when you go out to a place like LA, which has lesser expectations. They haven't won a playoff game under Justin Herbert. So you win one playoff game, you are amazing, right? If you make the playoffs with the Eagles as the play caller and don't win the game, you're going to get fired. So there's a little bit of difference there. And Although you can argue that two coaches, you don't have to argue it, it's a fact. Two coaches who have done well have gone on to head coaching jobs. Two other coaches have gotten fired after 1 year. So it's sort of a 50-50 proposition. And then some of the things we talked about last week, I think, factor in, Mike. Even if the Eagles give you full autonomy, do you feel like your offense fits what they've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years? Or do you think it's going to take a while before the offense is currently constructed will adapt to what you want to do, even if you have full autonomy? And you don't have a while because the GM said this is a win now search that they're going for. So there's a lot of different factors. And then the last thing I would say is this, because I keep hearing this, and it's fair to say, but if you look deeper into it, it's a little bit different. I'm sure you've heard people say or text to you, or maybe you've said it yourself, that look at the Eagles' offensive personnel. What a great situation to walk into. And if you take a little microscope to it, is it? Because you have no idea about your best offensive lineman's health right now, right tackle, Lane Johnson. You clearly don't know if your center and left guard are going to come back and be what they were. You might be trading A.J. Brown, and we all know what this offense looks like already. And when you take A.J. Brown away from it, it looks a lot different as well. So those are some pretty big cornerstone type. Your offensive line and your best wide receiver being question marks right now probably do factor into how people – they probably – in any interview, you get asked questions, but then you also ask questions. And I'm sure questions are being asked, will I have A.J. Brown? How is this cornerstone Hall of Fame right tackle doing? What's going on with the center and the left guard? How about the quarterback? Is he coachable? What's the new? And plus, these guys are also doing their own investigation as to what they think the Eagles situation is. Are you allowing me autonomy? Does that maintain if we start off 4-4 and the city hates everything about it? Are you going to reclaim that autonomy, or are you going to start doing things the old way? I think all these things factor in.
Yeah, and, there are some reports that, Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll were kind of assured that they would get autonomy in the playbook and to call their own plays and put in whatever they want. That hasn't swayed. How about the stuff outside? You get your house egged if you're not doing well. I mean, all of those things. How much do you think some of these guys, specifically a guy like Mike McDaniel, it seems like a kind of a laid-back guy, feels like, hey, California seems a whole lot better. I mean, anytime you saw the Dolphins play in the Northeast, he looked miserable.
Yeah.
So, that kind of situation. But how much did that stuff, but also the fact that Kevin Patullo got fired after one try at this, Brian Johnson got fired after one try at this. How much does that factor into some of these guys' decisions when there's so many other options?
Yeah, I mean, I think it varies. I'm sure for some. Take a guy like Bobby Slowick. Right. He was fired after he had a good year with the Texans, then a bad year, and he got fired after a year. So you guarantee that guy might be a little bit more selective if he's happy where he's at now. I forget who he's with. I think the Dolphins maybe, but either way.
Bobby Slowick is the pass game coordinator in Miami. He was anyway.
Right.
With,
he was.
Mike McDaniel.
Right. Now he might be looking for something. He might not want to go from Houston to Miami to Philly and then somewhere else. So if somebody who he's more familiar with, he's from, I believe, the Shanahan tree, welcomes him back as pass game coordinator or something, that might be more appealing. I did hear Ross Tucker today on Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio. He calls not only Eagles preseason games, but he calls games for Westwood One and CBS, and he's around the league quite a bit. And he said that in traveling around the league, he's heard concerns from coaches about a place like Philadelphia where, as you just mentioned, your house can get egged if you don't do a great job. Now, we can all so what, your house is egged, but people don't want their families, their wives, their children exposed to that kind of thing. And that's not like that everywhere. So some people are fine with it. Some people can handle it. I'm not trying to make it out like Philadelphia is not a good destination. I wrote this in the story. Bryce Harper signed here for 13 years. Paul George left L.A., his hometown where he wanted to go back to come here. So it's not like people can't come here and appreciate the culture. They can. But you're asking if some people might be turned away. And Ross said, look, people know about the house egging, and B, the weight of the expectation. You can't come here and do just an adequate job, or else your job will be on the line very quickly. So that for some will resonate.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I also feel that coaches, maybe the ones that you want anyway, there's that notion of you draft a guy, top 10 pick, and he's not good. The coach always feels that he can get the most out of that guy. I also feel the good coach feels like I should be able to succeed with the personnel that I have here.
Yes, I agree. Most coaches have that ego about them. They can fix this guy. They can coach this guy. I mean, man, it just doesn't even go to coaching, right? I remember at times when this would be years ago when the Eagles had some instability in their front office, and I would talk to people around the league who might be for other teams, and they were on the rise in their current front office or whatever front office they were in, and they would say, I feel like I'm the kind of guy who can handle working alongside Howie Roseman. I'm like, okay. Well, I feel like I've heard that from a lot of people until you're hitting the exits and then you're blaming Howie Roseman. So you know how it is. Everybody.
Well, it's like Roseman's a positive. He also could be a negative sometimes. I mean, the positive is, they're going to do everything they can to get you the most talent possible for the most part. But they also want things kind of done their way.
Of course. Yeah. I think, I've talked to people who have worked in the Eagles front office before who have said to me, they really did not like working with Howie, but they learned so much and respect the crap out of him. So it's a real odd dynamic.
Yes. I mean, and there's things like, listen, what you do at Inside the Birds, you created your own company so that you didn't have someone telling you how to do things. People that work in this industry sometimes get very frustrated because you have a corporate structure, and a lot of times being in a corporate environment is not conducive to being very creative. Therefore, you branch off and do your own thing. Similar to the Eagles, like you want to be a creative play caller, but I may have to go up the corporate ladder, and that could hurt my creativity.
100%. And that is a very good analogy. I've sat in front of program directors at radio stations and said, I'm really going to spend a lot of this time talking X's and O's and really educating people on what goes on the football field. And they're like, great. And then you get a call back. Can you take some calls and can you sort of play the hits here and talk about the quarterback? I'm like, but I told you I was doing it, and you let it. But that's the way it goes. And certainly working with Howie, and just also this, I don't want to put this all on Howie or make it seem at all like this is a negative job. But you have Nick Sirianni, who every coordinator has run a version of the offense that has basically been the same under Nick Sirianni. And Nick Sirianni will not call plays himself, which you could see as a positive. Like, this guy will never call plays, but you could see the other side and saying, if we just struggle a little bit to adapt to what I want to do, he's going to make us go back to the old Eagles offense that they set out to destroy, but want to lean back on because that's been their formula for success.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, one of the things you guys, I'm sure, will be breaking down, in addition to the offensive coordinator, Matt Nagy, the latest to report, interview, I should say. It looks like Brian Daboll could end up in Tennessee. Mike McDaniel, it's looking like he's going to end up in with the Chargers. I know everybody said that was a done deal. Apparently it's not finished yet. But there's still a lot of openings and a lot of candidates still hanging around. Do you think this is something that they just kind of wait patiently like they've done in the past when they hired Nick Sirianni? Or do they want to jump out in front and get their guy?
They are typically a patient franchise. And when they really find the guy or person that they identify that they want, then they become aggressive when they need to be. So I imagine that they will continue to talk to more people. I don't think this is going to – it's funny because me and Andrew had this discussion, DeCecco, yesterday. I said, do you think by this time next week, next Tuesday, they'll have found an offensive coordinator? And he said no. And I was floored by it because when you get to we're already at January 21st. Nick Sirianni was hired on, I believe, January 13th, and Chip Kelly was hired January 16th, which that felt like forever and an eternity. Because remember, he spurned the Eagles at first, and then they went on a search, and then they finally, agreed to terms with him on the 16th, and now we're on the 21st. Now, granted,
by the way, Sirianni got hired on my birthday, which is January 24th.
I thought it was the 17th he got, 16th or 17th he got. It was
January 24th he was hired.
Google failed me. when I wrote what date was Nick Sirianni hired on. But either way,
January 24th, 2001. I remember because it was my birthday.
And that's a head coaching job. This is a coordinator job. So, and you already have the head coach in place. So it theoretically shouldn't take that long, but they're going to be patient with it.
Let me get your thoughts on the Stoutland thing here. I don't know if that's been talked about or played up a whole heck of a lot here, but how much does he kind of enter the conversation when looking for this position?
I think it's part of the conversation for sure. You know, he is the run game designer. Now, if the Eagles are telling coordinators that they will have full autonomy, then you wonder what that means if the coordinator wants to create different run design schemes. And that doesn't mean Geoff can't be a part of that process and kind of learn what the guy wants to do and then do it. There's not 3 million running plays. Okay. So I don't want to call it uberly restrictive, but it certainly factors in because the way the Eagles have done it with Jeff Stoutland over the last few years has been a specific way, and a coordinator may have a totally new way to do it.
Yeah, because listen, I'm not ready to say like that he's the problem or they got to move on from him. I mean, they have been a elite running team in this league, 2021, 2022, 2023, and even before when he got here with Chip Kelly, they were a very good running team with Doug all the way through. I think that they had a bad year this year in due in large part because of the offensive line's issues, but did he have a big part in the offensive line's issues?
Well, I mean, he's not in control over the injuries, right? And I think that is predominantly a big reason. Now, I had this talk with Jordan Mailata, and he did say during locker cleanout that defenses were doing different things to them that they didn't see before. And that's what happens when you're a champion and when you have that kind of track record for success. So if you want to ding Stoutland a little bit for not having his team adjust to the adjustment enough, that's fair. I mean, I think that's fine, but I really do believe the injuries were more right when you just see guys unable to make blocks that they normally make, or Fred Johnson, who's more of he's a good pass protector, not a great like run blocking lineman. Then you really see what the main reason was.
Let me get your opinion then on the big picture. Can you foresee, now they have gone down the road of the unknown guy. Nick Sirianni's as unknown as they come. Andy Reid was a complete unknown. Doug was somewhat of an unknown. I mean, nobody else was hiring him. Can you imagine them going down that road for this position this time?
Well, I hate with the Eagles to say never because I've learned with them to never say never. But like I said, Howie came out and said, we are in an urgent mode to win now. We need a coordinator to come help us win now. So if you hire Charlie Weiss Jr. from the college ranks, who has never called plays at the NFL level, is that consistent? And you may love it. I mean, he may think this guy is the brightest, most innovative guy in the world, but Howie will have no idea, and Nick will have no idea if the offense is going to take, if they're going to respect a young kid like that. So I would be very, very surprised if they hire someone who is not an experienced NFL play caller.
Right. I would be pretty surprised there as well, but they always are like, it always sticks in my head. Jeffrey Lurie saying we want to be 5 years ahead of being 5 years ahead, and them finding that guy that they think is like this new innovative play caller and, going down that direction because, Matt Nagy, let's come back to the, where we started this conversation here. He had more success as a head coach than Brian Daboll did.
I almost think it's kind of the same, right? Playoffs first year, and then by the last year, you're on a new quarterback.
Had a winning record at least.
Actually, Daboll won a playoff game. Nagy did not.
Did the Bears? They were 12 and no, they lost to the Eagles in the division round. So back then there wasn't the extra wild card, so they didn't have to play in the wild card. But they were 12-4. He was the coach of the year. He got to the playoffs with Mitch Trubisky, by the way. Yeah. He ended up with a winning record in Chicago. Daboll was 20-40. I mean, other than the first year, they were pretty terrible there. So Nagy actually has a better head coaching resume. I don't know about your offensive coordinator resume. He had Josh Allen. He has Mahomes. I don't know that he calls all the Mahomes plays or not. So that's kind of up in the air. But do they just say, you know what? We cannot go with an unknown guy. We're going to go with a guy who's got some. But Nagy doesn't feel like that guy. That's my point.
I think the guy that, like, if you're looking for the feels like that guy would be James Robert Cooter, because he's been with the Eagles. He was there in 2021. He's Nick Sirianni's sort of guy, right? And, you know, he was the offensive coordinator with Steichen the last few years, even though he wasn't, I don't believe he was calling plays. Steichen was, but he has called plays before in other places. Yeah. Yeah.
If you get the job in Philadelphia,
mm-hmm.
do you have to, like, go by Jim Cooter, Jim Robert Cooter? Like, you can't be Jim Bob Cooter in Philadelphia, right?
I'd recommend JBC, but that's just me. But that didn't really work out for Gannon, who wanted to be called JG. So I don't know.
By the way, John Gannon interviewing with the Dallas Cowboys. I think he had an interview with the Commanders for their defensive coordinator job. Christian Parker also interviewing for Dallas, Green Bay. That would be a pretty big loss. It's not being discussed a lot.
No, it's really not. I wrote about this yesterday, about some of the things, the non-offensive coordinator issues facing the Eagles, and that's one of them. The fact that they could not only lose Christian Parker to a defensive coordinator job, but in their own division or in their own conference. And he's a really respected coach.
All right. Well, you know, we have our eyes on this. When news happens, we have you at Football at 4, the Inside the Birds podcast, phillyvoice.com. Make sure you check out Jeff's work over there as well. He's got a good piece today up, phillyvoice.com, about the attractiveness of this job and why the fans might be a little bit of a problem hiring this offensive coordinator. And, of course, Football at 4 tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. All right, man. We'll talk to you next week. All right, man. There's Geoff Mosher here on the Football at 4 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We always appreciate the Inside the Birds guys here for Football at 4. And, of course, coming up, it is Knicks Nuggets. We got so much to talk about in terms of the Nuggets. You got baseball today. Lewis Robert Jr. He's going to New York. He's a Met. The Phillies miss out on another guy. No, I don't think they were all that interested in him, but he's in the division. What's the Mets lineup look like? I saw a sample of what their lineup looks like. It's kind of interesting if it all works out for them. Also, don't forget tonight, Flyers, Mammoth. It's the worst name in professional sports. What is the worst moniker in professional sports? I vote the Mammoth. What is the worst name in professional sports? We'll throw that out to the text board, 609-403-0973. We've been writing down a couple of the worst pro sports names. Mammoth is at the top of the list. It's got to be number one. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on. Stick around. The Nuggets are next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 4:31. Thanks to Moshe for today's football at 4. We roll on. Been a busy show today. Text board open 609-403-0973. If you're watching the show on YouTube, 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, subscribe there. You can watch the show every day. If you subscribe, you'll get an alert when the show goes live. You can watch the show on your phone, your tablet. Also on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, which is where a lot of you are watching right now. We appreciate that. If you're watching, hit the repost button and be a part of the show. 609-403-0973. It's time for Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN. There's Earnshaw. Busy day. What do we got?
What's going on, Mr. Michael? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in the sports realm. We got coordinators all over the place, baseball. I mean, there's rumors, hot stoves heating up again today and last night. Just so much to talk about, but we got to start with the hot stove. And I know you had Hembo on earlier. I didn't get a chance to catch all of it. I caught bits and pieces. I'm going to go back and listen later. I can't miss a Hembo. I cannot miss a Hembo appearance on the Sports Bash. I mean, that is gold. That is radio gold in my estimation. So that was an awesome thing. When you text me, hey, we got Hembo today. I'm like, oh, I got to go back and listen to this. I was occupied with some other obligations at that moment, but I want to start with Luis Robert, Mike, getting traded to the Mets. I mean, this is somebody who was linked to the Phillies every single year. Trade deadline. It was like, Luis Robert to the Phillies. The Mets continue to just take Phillies players that are linked to the Phillies all the time. Bo Bichette, they swoop in and take him. He gets introduced by the Mets today. And then last night it comes out that Luis Robert has been traded to the New York Mets. Hey, at least the Mets don't seem content with where they are at right now, and the Phillies do. So, yeah, this one kind of came out of nowhere as well. Didn't know that the Mets were in on Luis Robert. They give up Ronald Acuña's brother and a prospect pitcher from Single A. So they didn't have to give up too much. And, I know the White Sox picked up the $20 million option for Luis Robert last year, so they're going to pay a little bit of a hefty price. But another name the Phillies could not get a deal done for, who they were linked to for a while. It just looks like the Phillies are just sitting back. They're going to let everything play out and roll into the season the way it is. And, this was a name that, a lot of people wanted the Phillies to go get, and that had been linked to them a lot. This one kind of shocked me when I woke up. It was like, whoa, Luis Robert to the Mets. How about that? I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I checked my phone, notifications. I'm usually on DND. Boom, Luis Robert to the Mets. I'm like, whoa, this one was a big one.
Well, Luis Robert's been a guy who's been mentioned for the Phillies for the last couple of years. The one big thing is he stinks, so the Phillies haven't wanted him.
You're going to say he stinks now? I thought you were all in on Luis Robert at the deadline this year.
No, not really. I mean, I said, look, I would take a shot on him if you were giving away nothing. Essentially, I think, and by the way, we played the audio earlier from MLB Network. They all believe that the Mets got ripped off in the deal, that Acuña is going to turn into a star, and that Robert is basically a nothing burger. Take a listen.
If you're the Mets, you're taking a risk, a flyer on an established player. I get it from the Mets' perspective, but I'm going to give you a little hot take here. I like this trade better for the White Sox.
I was going to say the same thing.
Good move for the Phillies.
I think Acuña's getting ready to be a star.
So Robert Jr. is a guy that has been awful for the last 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah, his name keeps getting mentioned. And listen, I get what the Mets are trying to do. They're just saying, look, we can afford it. Let's just take a swing here. But I got some numbers for you. The last 3 seasons of Luis Robert Jr. and Adolis Garcia's been the better player. So the Phillies can essentially say, we took a swing, too, for a guy who's been down. We're hoping he comes here and goes back up. That's essentially what the Mets did. The difference is the Phillies got a cheaper version for $10 million. Robert makes $20 million, and they had to give up Acuña in the deal. Not ideal.
So if you had to choose, you would prefer Garcia over Robert to take a flyer?
Half a dozen, one or the other. I like what the Phillies gave up, nothing, and paid $10 million, as opposed to paying him $20 million and giving up a player who could turn out to be a everyday player.
Listen, I was always against the deal for Robert. Like we came on Nuggets multiple times. Like, I don't think they should give up top guys, top of the line prospects who get Robert. If you were giving up nothing, a couple of low level prospects to get him, sure, I'm cool with that. But I'm glad the Phillies didn't have to give up top prospects to get him, because this was a name that had been linked to the Phillies every year. It was becoming a holiday. Now he goes to the Mets. Acuna, I think, is going to be really good. That's Ronald Acuna's brother. He's a top prospect.
4 homers in a game the other night in the Winter League.
Yeah.
First player to ever do that. They were talking about him pretty, extensively. The Mets just had no place to play him. I thought when he did play for the Mets, though, that he played pretty well. The problem was he was playing shortstop, and every time he came back, Lindor would take the spot back. But I agree. If I had to give up a player, I don't know what Phillies player would be equivalent to Acuna. I don't think they really have one.
I guess would it? Right now I don't know. Would it be Crawford? Maybe Crawford. I guess.
Would you trade Justin Crawford to get back? So again, that's what the Mets essentially did. They gave up one of their better younger players to take a shot that Luis Robert Jr. is the player that he was like 3 years ago. I mean, good luck.
Yeah, you hope that it doesn't backfire, because remember, the Phillies they were linked to him many, many times. I don't think it will. I think he is what he is. He has not hit well at all for years. And that's why I was against the Phillies even going for him. If they were going to trade for him, because the asking price, remember, the deadline was crazy. We heard all these reports. The White Sox want this, they want that. And they actually got a decent deal from the Mets for him. So they're taking a flyer on him. They think that maybe, hey, we take a shot. He could turn into that star player once again. But I don't see it for the most part. But I was like, whoa, waking up to that. Did not expect that one on my bingo card this morning.
Yeah, $20 million he makes as well. So you're also paying him the $20 million.
Which $20 million would you rather pay? Castellanos or Luis Robert?
No, I take Luis Robert over Castellanos at this point, because I take the shot. I know Castellanos stinks. We had Hembo on earlier, and he, basically said he's the worst outfielder in all of baseball.
I know
Hembo. Not mine. I know.
Listen, I know Hembo's thoughts on Castellanos. He doesn't like the outfield right now in general. He doesn't like the Phillies outfield right now in general. I know that from some of his previous statements on his podcast, etc. So, listen, Phillies, they're content. Mets, they're making a lot of moves and a lot of noise, getting some big names. Will they pan out? Remains to be seen. All right, nugget number 2. Let's get into this. Ranger Suarez was introduced by the Boston Red Sox today. Mike, did you know we had been saying Ranger Suarez's name wrong all along? Take a listen to the audio from today.
Translate. The question was around Venezuela and also how he actually says his name. So my name is actually Rangel, but however you guys want to address me, Ranger, is how most people do, so I'm comfortable with either.
So there you go. We've been saying Ranger's name wrong the whole time. It's got, it's got the South American accent, etc. So we, us Americans, we always say stuff wrong all the time. Like we learned this year, Bijan Robinson. We're saying his name wrong a lot. And, I'm glad he brought it up finally. Like, hey, we were saying your name wrong. We would have said your name right.
Why wouldn't he bring that up, though? He's been here long enough. Why wouldn't he ever say that?
That's why I'm stunned. Like, why didn't this come up beforehand? Like, if we've been saying it wrong. I mean, listen, he kind of had, like, the Ranger thing, Mr. Rager coming out to that song, Kid Cudi, got it branded around it, right? Ranger Danger. It's good social media. I don't know. I would have came out and said, hey, this is how I say my name,
Very fascinating that it got this far. Never told anybody that you've been pronouncing his name wrong. And by the way, never told the Phillies, because it's not like the Phillies put in their media stuff like, hey, when they put the phonetic spellings out there, they never did that either.
Yeah, and you and I as broadcasters, right? Like, we always want the phonetic spelling. I always want to say the name correctly. And, this was news to me. I was like, whoa, we were saying his name wrong this whole entire time.
On Rangher's baseball reference page, it has a pronunciation for his last name, but it does not for his first name.
So he didn't tell anybody. This was not told to anybody at all until today. His translator said it during the press conference with Boston. And by the way, it looks so weird seeing him in a Red Sox uniform. Oh, it just looks so weird seeing Suarez in a Red Sox uniform.
Yeah, I mean, tough one there, definitely. Don't like having to see Ranger go, but you can't pay him the money that they did.
Yeah, they paid him a lot of money, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go by my actual name now. I'm going to tell everyone what my actual name is at this point.
So everybody had been talking about the Eagles hiring Mike McDaniel so that every Eagle fan could mess up his name by calling him Mike McDaniels.
Yes,
with an S.
Yes, and
but
we
his
never
name
get
actually does not have an S on the end of it.
Yeah, it was probably for the better because, around these parts, we tend to get names wrong all of the time. Castellanos. I mean, people get that one all mixed up all the time. They say that one wrong. So it might have been for the better. He goes to Boston. He's like, I got a new contract, new era of Ranger danger up there. Boom. He's letting us know. A little nugget up there in Boston from Mr. Suarez.
Big year, probably. We'll see.
Yep, we'll see. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. All right. So I'm shocked we actually got the 3 nuggets today. Usually we don't, but guess what? So in Buffalo today, I don't know if you saw Buffalo Bills owner and the GM talking about Keon Coleman, Mr. Mike Hill. So apparently there's been a lot of debate on Keon Coleman and Josh Allen's weapons over the years, and was that the right pick, etc. The Bills owner totally blamed Sean McDermott and the coaching staff for Keon Coleman, came out and said it, and said, hey, look, it was the coaching staff's fault that we drafted Keon Coleman, not the GM's fault, because they're taking some flack for firing Sean McDermott. Mike, if you had a Philadelphia owner come out here and say, yeah, we blamed it on the coach, it was them that took the player, we're not going to blame it on the GM. As a player, how do you feel about that? With your owner coming out and saying, hey, yeah, you pretty much stink. We blame the guy who we just fired for taking it.
Terrible. I cannot believe that the owner, he said, listen, let me take this one, by the way. And he absolutely throws this poor kid under the bus here that Bean has taken, for some reason, heat about it. And I'm here to say a word about it. He says, it's not his fault. Well, there's evidence to prove to the contrary that Bean was all about drafting this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot believe. This was like an episode of Hard Knocks that you're like, how did you let that get to the editing table without cutting it?
Yeah, I could never see the Eagles ever doing that. Howie Roseman was asked about A.J. Brown. He's not, about, his unhappiness, etc. He gave, the corporate answer. Probably in that situation, you'd probably give the corporate answer. You should probably do that. You're throwing a player under the bus. You're throwing a coach who's been there for years and years and years and have gotten you back to relevancy for the most part. I know they've lost in the second round and, in the playoffs for the majority of the time, but you got you back to being relevant again. You have a great quarterback. One of the players that you drafted early on, just blame it all on someone else and basically say your player stinks. Coming from the boss, that's a no-go.
Yeah, that is a shocking revelation to actually admit that, hey, we think we messed up drafting a guy who's still on our team, but I don't want to blame the guy who we just promoted, so I'll blame the guy that we just fired.
Yeah, not in the least did I expect that one from today. So, a lot going wrong in Buffalo. And to blame the former coach on, hey, we took this player instead. Now, you never saw Howie Roseman or the Philadelphia Eagles blame somebody else for taking some other guy. The most perfect example is the Justin Jefferson one. You didn't see anybody throwing anybody under the bus for taking, who was it? Not Aguilar. I'm blanking on the receiver's name over Justin Jefferson.
J.J. Ortega-White. No, Rager.
Jalen Rager. That's it. Yeah.
J.J. Ortega-Whiteside was J.J. Ortega-Whiteside was the guy that took over D.K. Metcalf, but
yes,
D.K. Metcalf apparently had a medical red flag that the Eagles were not allowed to draft him.
Right. And then Jefferson, you had the Vikings brass celebrating when they saw the Eagles take Jalen Rager.
Now keep in mind, it's very easy to always kind of pinpoint your team for making the mistake. But there was 4 other receivers taken before Jefferson was taken that year. You had Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy, and there might have been one more. So it wasn't like everybody missed on Jefferson because there was a lot of talk about him just being more of like a slot receiver.
Yeah, and that they were dead wrong on that. Could you imagine Jeffrey Lurie coming out and saying, that was Doug Peterson who picked Jalen Reagor, not Howie Roseman, not him. I'm going to blame this guy.
There was a lot of discussion about who made that decision, like who really pushed for Jalen Reagor. Was it Howie Roseman who wanted him, or was it Peterson? And some people kind of pushed towards Peterson, saying that he thought he would fit their offense a little bit better.
But it's not Lurie's style to come out and say, hey, I'm going to blame Doug.
He wouldn't come out and say that. Although, one year, this was back in like 2012, Andy Reid, they had started to lose a little bit, and Jeffrey said that the draft, that Howie was going to get more involved in the draft, and that for years Howie had put a board together, but that they had gone more off of Andy's board, and that moving forward, they were going to start to go more off of Howie's board. Even though Howie was the GM, he wasn't, quote-unquote, the GM on, like, draft day picking the players. Andy was picking the players. So Jeffrey did kind of come out and say that Andy had been picking some of those players during that little slide that they had toward the end of the read.
Yeah. Yeah, and the exact quote today was, that was Brandon being a team player. He's taking heat over it. I'm here to tell you the true story. Boom. Blame it on the coach.
There you go. Yep. That's one technique.
And this is why Buffalo lost 4 straight. This is why they lost 4 straight Super Bowls. I mean, this is the type of stuff.
Well, it could also be the reason that, in fact, we played the audio earlier this morning from Vic Carucci, who was on Unsportsmanlike. It was our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, that he thinks that the Bills, that big balls bean, as he called him, could make a call to get a guy like A.J. Brown.
Brandon Beane is a swing for the fences type of GM. Hasn't done it so much recently, but go back to Von Miller, go back before, to Stephon Diggs. I mean, those moves, I think, are always on the table with a guy who likes to be known as Big Baller Bean.
Big Baller Bean.
Yeah.
What I call Big Balls Bean.
Yeah, I could totally see them taking a swing for A.J. Brown. We always heard the New England rumors. We heard that. I don't think New England's going to call for A.J. Brown. Buffalo would make the perfect sense. He'd be happy with having Josh Allen, a gunslinger, throwing to him all the time. We saw the success Diggs had there.
Stuff doesn't even, they might be in the Super Bowl. They could win the Super Bowl this year. What the hell do they need A.J. Brown for?
That's what I'm saying.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. New England's not going to happen. They're probably, they could win the Super Bowl this year, for goodness sake. I think they'll probably beat Denver this week. But A.J. Brown in Buffalo makes a lot of sense. Denver, I could see making a lot of sense, helping out Bo Nix out there. I mean, there's a few options. It's getting to the point where it's like, I think AJ might be on the way out. Buffalo, now the owner can't blame the GM if he goes and trades for AJ Brown. Can't blame the coaching staff. He can blame the GM this time. All right, there you go, Mike. 3-pack for you.
Just to extend your point, Nick, about Brandon Beane in the blame game, I just want to remind everybody that after Doug Peterson was fired and the question came up about Jalen Reagor, there was a lot of reporting at the time that the coaching staff wanted Jalen Reagor, but the Eagles front office wanted Justin Jefferson. And Howie Roseman went out of his way to say, we're not blaming people. I take responsibility. I got to do a better job. And guess what he did? Because the next year he drafted Devontae Smith. So, Nick, to your point, that is
traded for A.J. Brown.
And traded for A.J. Brown. But to Nick's point, that amplifies your point. Brandon Beane and the Bills are saying, no, it's his fault. Whereas Howie Roseman says, blame me, even if it wasn't his fault.
Yep, exactly. That is a difference in leadership there.
All right, well, there you go. There's today's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3. 3 Nugs today.
Got all 3 in. No big debate today, but, good Nugs today. Good Nugs. Right. Solid Nugs. Got them all in.
Tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Nick.
Peace.
All right, coming up, we've got the 5 o'clock hour, fun hour for you. Text board, 609-403-0973. You want to get involved on the text board. We'll read off a bunch of your texts. We really haven't hit the text board all that hard. Coming up on the other side, stick around. A former Eagles Super Bowl champion weighs in on what the Eagles really need to do this offseason Stick around for that. Plus, we'll read off and react to your text messages at 5:30 tonight. You want to text right now. The board is open, 609-403-0973. Don't forget the Metro Atlantic Basketball Classic next weekend, January 29th to the 31st at Stockton University. It is the top high school basketball players in the nation. Guys like VJ Edgecombe and Karl Anthony Towns and Cade Cunningham. They all played at the Metro. Go to MetroClassicBasketball.com for tickets.
They need to hire a cheat code offensive coordinator, okay? You know, like bring somebody out of retirement or find somebody who's aged out or is not. Find yourself a Dennis Allen because you have one on defense and his name's Vic Fangio. He's not getting a head coaching job. He doesn't want one, I don't think. Find somebody, find a Josh McDaniels. I know it's easier said than done.
That was Chris Long on the Rich Eisen Show right here on 97.3 ESPN. Sounds like a smart guy. It's something I've been saying for a while. You got to find the guy who is your Vic Fangio, but on the offensive side of the ball. He doesn't want to get a head coaching job. The guy who's ready to stick it out and hang out for the long haul here. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show, we'll take a look at what Chris Long said on the Rich Eisen Show earlier. I think his show was yesterday that he was actually on the show. But how it relates to where this team could be looking. The latest news, Matt Nagy, the Kansas City chief offensive coordinator, has interviewed with Philadelphia. That name do anything for anybody? What name that exists right now, anything, could be someone who didn't even interview yet? Because there are some reports now that the Eagles, who have lost out on Mike McDaniel and it looks like Brian Daboll, are going to cast a wider net. Who might be someone that would interest you? 609-403-0973. Real quick over on the YouTube channel. One guy who I think the Eagles should reach out to if he's interested is Skip Holtz. He coached the Birmingham Stallions to 3 spring football championships in the UFL. It'll be interesting to see if an NFL team goes that route, doesn't go college, but says, hey, what about the spring league? There's some guys down there doing some interesting things.
Listen, that's not a bad outside-the-box idea. I appreciate that idea, and I think it would probably be a more functional transition than when the Bears hired Mark Trestman from the Canadian Football League, because what they're doing in the spring league with the UFL, it's not like it's a foreign entity compared to the NFL, whereas the Canadian Football League, the rules are very different up there. And Trestman had a lot of problems when he came down to the NFL. I don't know if you remember, there was that case where Trestman didn't realize about the downs in that one NFL game years ago.
Yeah, he had a roller coaster. He was with the Bears. And
Yeah.
then where did he go after that?
He latched on with a couple of OC.
He was an offensive coordinator job.
He was
somewhere.
OC job. I believe it was in Minnesota for Mike Zimmer, but I got to double check.
But he definitely was an outside the box thought. Didn't work out very well, by the way.
No, but I think Skip Holtz is a much more linear than Canadian Football League to NFL. So I like that. Was it YouTube? You said person chimed on. The
Yeah,
YouTube
it looks
channel?
like Michael is watching on YouTube. And by the way, you can watch on the YouTube channel 97.3 ESPN on YouTube. We are live every single day. You can watch the show. It's easy to do. Just go to youtube.com and search 973 ESPN on the YouTube channel. If you're someone who likes to watch on the X platform, you can do that at Mike Gill Show. And look, we got a nice little community of people watching on YouTube and that are a part of the show. A couple quick things, some text messages here that we'll get to before we get to some of the audio here. Angie in Tuckerton texts in, says, I would not be surprised at all if Matt Nagy gets the OC job. He was in the building Jason Kelsey's rookie year. He played quarterback in DN, and his Pennsylvania accent and personality fit the culture. I think Nick loves a guy like this. The question is, can he fix this offense? Pretty sure he has 2 rings with Kansas City. Well, he's been with Kansas City twice. And I think he has been there.
Stints, yeah.
Right, he's been there 2 different occasions, twice. He was with the Eagles as an intern, and then he got hired to be an offensive assistant. This is going back to like 08 through 12.
Correct.
With Andy Reid.
And then he went with Andy to Kansas City.
Then he was a head coach in Chicago. Had some success. They won 12 games. He was the coach of the year.
Look,
and then
you get to the postseason twice with Mitch Trubisky. You deserve some credit.
I think he only got there once, maybe twice.
No, it was twice.
Okay, so he got there twice. He was 8-8 twice. Might have been 9-7 one year. Yeah, I think that he's not getting enough credit for the fact that he was a head coach, whereas Brian Daboll, who I like, by the way, did not have near the success that Matt Nagy did as a head coach.
No, he didn't. And I think the other thing with Nagy is that, Nagy went back to Kansas City, and I think he's had the opportunity to maybe recalibrate, maybe learn a little bit. People forget that.
A lot of criticism, though, that the offense has not been any better than 15th in the league in
I'm
points.
glad you brought that up, because I think that criticism is very short-sighted. Because, Mike, how many times have you brought up on this show, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, what was the main problem on your pie chart with the Eagles' offense this year?
Well, for me, it's the offensive line.
Right. So what has Kansas City done a bad job in the last couple of years with?
Well, number one, their offensive line has not been great, although
Thank
they
you.
did fix it after the Super Bowl the one
The
year.
first time in
And
2020.
then one of their big problems is they just didn't have a lot of weapons.
Well, that's the other problem. But those things are not Nagy's fault. It's not Nagy's fault that they drafted a guy in Simmons who has been Simmons, who has been one of the leaders in the NFL in penalties, as well as Taylor, their other offensive lineman.
Matt Nagy, by the way, also went to
Delaware.
Yes, he did.
Like
Blue
Joe
Hen.
Flacco.
Yes, he is a Delaware Blue Hen, so even more.
I remember
ties.
Nick Sirianni telling a story about how apparently his school and Nagy's school had like a crossover game at one point or something.
Well,
Nick Sirianni got them stories.
By the way, Nagy's not all that old either. People act like he's an older guy. He's
just
in
looks
his
old.
40s. Yes. He don't look all that old. He's bald. Does that make you look
Well,
old?
he's bald with gray in his beard. So
Yeah.
people.
Well, I got gray in my beard.
It's not that prevalent though. It's not like it's like aggressively in your face in your beard.
Okay.
When you're a balding individual, you tend to look a little older.
Yeah, I got all my hair.
Yeah, you look younger.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me when I tell them how old I am, they're surprised.
And I'm not surprised that you are surprised.
All right, so Chris Long was on the Rich Eisen show, which you can
Yes.
hear weekday mornings from noon to 2 right here on 97.3 ESPN. What do we got?
So, Chris Long had a very long, for those who didn't hear it, Rich Eisen basically kind of like put the ball on the tee for Long and let him hit it. And Long went on a very long explanation about the problem with the Eagles. And after he explained about the cheat code part, he went on to explain about how if Jalen Hurts is your franchise quarterback long term, this is what you need to do.
Jalen Hurts if he's your guy in the future. Listen, he's got deficiencies for sure, but he's had to deal with a different coordinator every year. And, I know other guys that have had to deal with that. There's like Baker Mayfield and that sort of thing, but the variability has just been too up and down. And so you got to find somebody, if he's your quarterback of the future, to give him some, I don't know what the word would be, some familiarity year in and year out.
Well, that pairs up with what he said in the open, is you got to find a guy who's not looking to get on the first plane out of town.
Right.
Now, Howie Roseman said that doesn't matter. We're going to find the best candidate.
Correct.
So do you take a lesser candidate that's going to be here 3 to 5 years, or do you take a better candidate that's going to walk out the door in 1 year? That's the conundrum.
Yeah, and for those who didn't hear it, this is what Howie Roseman said at their press conference about, because he was asked directly, Howie, about, hey, are you trying to find a guy who won't leave here anytime soon?
Our job right now and our thought process right now is to get the best candidate possible, cast a wide net there, and interview some of these great candidates that are out there and find the best guy that fits the Philadelphia Eagles.
My bad. That was my dyslexia jumped in. That was Sirianni who said that, Roseman.
So Sirianni says, now, do we think Sirianni's pulling the trigger here?
See, I tend to go with what a lot of other people have said who are much more in tune with the Eagles than I personally am, which is that they believe that this is a top-down decision, that this is the owner, the GM, and the head coach are all, kind of like, going to be sitting in a room and make the decision together, and that Sirianni's not making any unilateral decisions.
Maybe. Don't know. I would assume, to me, that it has to get past the owner and the GM.
Absolutely. And by the way, it was Sal Palantonio who told you, Mike, 2 years ago that when they hired Kellen Moore, he overtly said right here on 97.3 ESPN, he says, this was not a Nick Sirianni hire. So, and if Sal Pal says it, I tend to believe it.
Well, Sal Pal will be on Friday, so we'll get his take on this whole offensive coordinator conundrum.
Speaking of conundrum, Chris Long drops a little nugget in here. Not Nick's nuggets, Chris Long nugget here, where he says that Eagles and their fans, they got to prepare for something moving forward they're not used to.
We're about to enter the post Jeff Stoutland's All-Stars era, which is the offensive line's been the main character on this team for the better part of a decade. You need to realize that, and you need to plan for not the group falling off, but this year it wasn't very good.
So I've been telling people from here to the high heavens, their offensive line was not very good this year, which sadly got the offensive coordinator fired. We talked about it earlier. You bring in a coordinator, he might want to run a run game. Jeff Stoutland runs the run game here. Therefore, you have a little bit of a
conundrum.
Yes. Your battle here is Cliff Kingsbury. He might bring in an offense, high-powered, good passing game, smart guy, but doesn't want Stoutland to be the run game coordinator. The Eagles' offensive line, as Chris Long said there, it wasn't very good this year. I was in a text chain with a bunch of people. Everybody's ripping Patullo. They all want him gone, me included. However, I'm the one guy who has to be somewhat objective because I just can't stand irrationality. So I said, not for nothing, I don't like Patullo all that much either, but the offensive line was terrible this year.
Right.
And you just heard Chris Long say that, so it's not my opinion.
But Chris Long
it's my opinion, but
yeah.
That was my opinion watching as an amateur. He played the game, and he's telling you their offensive line stunk this year. But Jeff Stoutland deserves the chance to say, hey, guys, I had an elite run game my entire tenure here. I think the Eagles have to side with Stoutland in this situation rather than get rid of him and turn the keys over to, say, a Cliff Kingsbury. But that shows you the challenge of trying to wedge somebody into this job.
Right. And, maybe that's the part we haven't talked about enough. We have talked about Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni when it comes to Mike McDaniel and other coaches. Is Jeff Stoutland the guy that Mike McDaniel's like, you know what? I don't know if I want to change what I do to fit that guy. Hey,
listen, all these guys have it's like in our industry, right? let's say I got fired. The next host might say, well, I don't want to work with Josh. I have my own producer, right? I have a guy that's been producing my show at every station that I've been at. I feel comfortable with that guy, right? That's Mike McDaniel saying, if I coach my offense, I want the guy who knows how to put in and install the blocking schemes for my offense.
Or we can, maybe be a little less negative, which is, Mike Gill gets a promotion, gets to go somewhere else to do something, and then the next person who comes in, the first question they ask is Josh amenable to what I want to do, or is he only able to do what Mike Gill asks him to do? There's that situation as well, whereas the new person might not be against working with the guy who's already here, but that person might be like, I need to know, is this guy, like Jeff Stoutland, is Jeff Stoutland going to be willing to work with me?
Mm-hmm. Well, Stoutland, I think, is pretty safe. By the way, so according to Marcus Hayes, Mike McDaniel did interview with the Eagles virtually.
So he's Bo Bichette.
Yeah, apparently, the reports have been that, they never got a chance to talk to him
in person,
and that they did, in fact, interview virtually for the offensive coordinator job, and he has elected to go to L.A.
Well, Chris Long went on to say on the Rich Eisen podcast here Rich Eisen show on 97.3 ESPN, he went on to say, this is the type of offense the Eagles need to run, whether Jalen Hurts likes it or not.
You're a defensive football team. That needs to inform your decision making, and offensively, you need to find a guy. I would like a West Coast, like a true West Coast offense, kind of more play action, more under center, more tight end, more motion, more of the things that people, Eagles fans complain about not seeing. And if it is a Jalen Hurts thing, all right, buddy, rubber is meeting the road here. Like, you have to do some things you're uncomfortable with going forward.
It's a tough one. Because are you doing this to crash and burn Jalen Hurts? Are you doing this at the detriment of the whole team to say we're going to run this offense whether you're good at it or not? Because a lot of people always complain. Jeff McClain talked about this, that they had to basically, they adjusted the offense to fit Hurts' strengths, and it won them a Super Bowl. So I don't know that I can agree with Chris Long on this and say just run an offense, because so many people say, hey, you're the coach. You need to adapt to the talent you have, not just say this is my offense and I'm going to run it whether you like it or not. And he's saying, sorry, you might crash and burn. Well, that could put the whole season in jeopardy.
To your point, before I address that, I did want to play, you referenced the Jeff McClain part. This is from the Uncover the Birds podcast.
The offense really pretty much has been consistent since the middle of 2021. Like, Nick came in and ran the offense they ran in Indianapolis, which was a pass-heavy offense with Phillip Rivers. They wanted to run that offense. Shane Steichen is now running in Indianapolis as well. They wanted to run that offense. It had a lot of deep overs, a lot of crossing routes. This is Eric Coryell. This is Norv Turner. This is where Shane Steichen and a lot of the guys that came from that system run. But they realized that it wasn't suitable for Jalen. We got to play to his strengths, as any good coach would do. We're going to be make it more QB run game. We're going to run the ball more, and that is when they've been most successful.
Yeah, so what Chris Long is saying is basically find an offensive coordinator who runs their offense, and if Jalen can't run it, too bad. I don't know that I can get behind that.
See, I can get behind it for this reason. Guys like Kurt Warner and Nick Foles have said on different platforms that the Eagles need to hire a coach who can take Jalen to the next level. And those guys believe that there is more to Jalen and that a lot of people have been just catering to him and not coaching him up to do more.
That's interesting that Foles would say that, though, considering he essentially went to the coaches and said, look, we got to adjust this offense to fit my skill set better. You can't run the same plays for me as you ran for Carson. I mean, he virtually admitted that.
Here's Nick Foles from the Season podcast.
I think there's some times where they're like, hey, we don't think he can do this. But then I would argue, you're a coach. Like, Jalen has shown the success he's had from high school to college, at both colleges he was at, Alabama and Oklahoma, to coming into the NFL was a second-round pick behind Carson Wentz, to now leading your team to 5 straight postseasons, 2 Super Bowls, a Super Bowl victory, Super Bowl MVP. man, this guy wants to learn, and you never have all the answers. Even when I finished my career, I was always learning. You're always learning. But you need a great coach to teach you the ins and outs of the plays and the progressions.
I mean, I agree with that. Like, you do need a great coach to pull it out, but what Long is essentially saying, let Hurts crash and burn if it doesn't go well.
Right, so maybe it's more of an in-between both, extremes.
Well, listen, you install the offense, evaluate it, can you run it? And then if not, you got to pivot. You can't just keep forcing it down his throat and saying.
Or we have heard reports that Jalen has not always been the most flexible guy at times. But is he not flexible because no one sat down with him like Lincoln Riley and Shane Steichen and said, "Hey man, let's try to get you to run
I think one
some
of the
this
problems
stuff."
is one. He went from Steichen. Well, he went from Peterson as a rookie, and how much of the offense did he really run? He's not running a lot.
Well,
of
it's
it.
funny you said that because you're going to have Andrew DeCecco on tomorrow. I was actually listening to Andrew DeCecco's interview for the Inside the Birds podcasting platform with Marty Morningweg. And Marty talked about how they were preparing Jalen to play that year in case he had to, so that Jalen was learning the offense.
Well, I mean, I just say he doesn't get a lot of chance to run it.
Right, but
like
they
not
were
game reps, or the backup quarterback in practice doesn't get a lot of reps either.
Right, but they were still. He was learning the install.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he had to learn the offense, but he didn't get to run the offense.
Not all the time.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. He didn't get he played like 4 games that year, I think, at the end.
Yeah, at the end.
And then he goes the next year to Sirianni.
And then to
Steichen. And then he goes to Brian Johnson, and you're wondering how much Brian Johnson was kind of his buddy instead of coaching him hard.
Correct.
And that maybe there's a flatlining there. Then he goes to Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore coaches him a little bit more. And I will say, I saw a stat that's interesting. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. There's a stat regarding Kellen Moore and the time it took to run plays for him. Did you see this stat?
I did not.
So in Kellen Moore's time as a offensive coordinator and the head coach this year, calling plays in New Orleans. Man, I got to try to find where did I see. Oh, here we go. Kellen Moore's offense is ranked in pace. 4th, 1st, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 24th. First.
I'm assuming the 24th was last year's Eagles.
The 24th was with the Eagles. So it kind of tells you that Kellen Moore couldn't really run his offense. His offense is pace, and here in Philadelphia, it screeched to almost a stop.
Yeah, and that goes to the point that guys like Dan Orlovsky have brought up on shows like on Sportsmanlike here on 97.3 ESPN, how the longer Jalen holds the ball, the worse the play gets. And that one of the problems with the Eagles' offense is that Jalen is holding the ball so long, and then the question...
As soon as he rolls to the right, the play's over.
And so the question for guys who have played the game, not just Mike Gill and Josh Hennig, is why is he holding the ball so long? Is he holding the ball so long because the play took forever to manifest? But as Chris Long goes on to say, he thinks that who Jalen is doesn't mean that you can't win more championships with him as your quarterback.
I'm not absolving the OC. He lost his job for a reason. But if there are certain things that they had to withhold that, are not quarterback preferences, then they have to press him to do those things this offseason. The guy's won a Super He's beaten Patrick Mahomes on the biggest stage. Do I think he's one of the best 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? No. But that's perfectly fine, dude. You can win with Jalen Hurts. You have in the past. You have to build some continuity, and you have to press him, challenge him to do things he's not comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, people say you can't win with Jalen Hurts. You already have. He's been to a Super Bowl and then won one. So to say he can't is asinine. Now, can he do it again? I don't know. But you can win with him. You certainly can, but you have to play the hits for him. You have to play to his strength. If you're starting to play some deep cuts for him, you're going to lose your audience.
Maybe, but maybe also you can say, look, Jalen, you need to learn the deep cut as well as the main hits so you can be a better quarterback.
Well, there's a balance here of they ran the ball so well 2 years ago that he didn't have to do all that much. But whenever you kind of needed him to pick up the slack, he was able to do it. But is that because the other team is so unprepared for him to – but it doesn't matter. He still has shown the ability to do it when necessary.
Right. And then that goes to the other question, which is people have always asked, listen, and you brought up as well, how have the other factors around Jalen Hurts impacted his play on the field? And Chris Long goes on to explain that maybe the Eagles and their offense needs to adjust to a new normal.
And you also have to realize that the process has to speed up because the offensive line's not as good as it's been in the past. And I think A.J. Brown's, to be honest, like I did see some aging this year. I still think he's a really good player. But like you see it on some of these balls where he's got to go down and get it, like a little bit of like he's looking like an older player a little bit sometimes.
That's the big one. Go back to the offensive line. I mean, anybody with half a brain could see their offensive line wasn't very good. Although I'm in a text chain that apparently they don't have half brains because they didn't blame the offensive line. But the A.J. Brown slipping as well. The A.J. Brown thing, and McClain brought it up as well in his podcast, the Uncovering the Birds podcast. He also brought up that A.J. Brown looked like he lost a step. Not that he stinks, not that he's, we talked about it yesterday. Some of these receivers, they go from Julio Jones, stud. You're a fantasy football player out there. Julio Jones went from getting drafted in the first round, and then all of a sudden he's drafted in the 10th round. And
then suddenly not drafted at all.
And then all of a sudden, right, he's out of the league. You're taking a flyer on him as your sixth receiver because you're just like, maybe. And there's a lot of guys like that. DeAndre Hopkins and
Brandon Marshall, I remember.
Yep, there's just so many of these guys that for 5, 6, 7 year stretches are just studs.
And what do they all have in common? They're all very, very physical receivers like A.J. Brown is. And by the way, A.J. Brown has said that Julio Jones is a mentor for him. So, I mean, I don't know how that conversation goes, if A.J. is willing to have that conversation or if Julio brings up to him. But
all right, coming up, we'll open up the text board for the first time today. We really haven't hit any text messages today, so let's do it. 609-403-0973. You just heard what Chris Long had to say. You've heard all throughout the show some insight. The Eagles have a new name that has been interviewed, Matt Nagy. Does that do anything for you? Don't forget Flyers Mammoth tonight at 9 o'clock. They're out in Utah to take on the Mammoth. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers Mammoth, your home for Flyers hockey. And, of course, the Sixers lost last night. They'll be back on Friday, and then, on Thursday night, and then they play Saturday afternoon against the Knicks. You can hear both games on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, 609-403-0973. Let's crank up the text board. We'll read and react to as many texts as we can. Eagles, offensive coordinator, Phillies offseason thoughts, all that. Next, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:33 on a Wednesday night. You're home for the Flyers tonight. Flyers at Mammoth, 9 o'clock, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. 609-403-0973. So we promised we would hit the text board hard between now and the end of the show. A lot of text messages today. Just haven't had a really good chance to get to them. It's my bad, Josh. My fault.
Happens. Life happens.
Let's see. This Hurts conversation is so exhausting. You have people who hear Jalen is limited and think people are saying he stinks. And then you have people in denial that a West Coast head coach, Nick, isn't trying to teach Hurts a West Coast offense. Just stick with what he does best, and he better start using his legs again. That's from Cole in LBI. Listen, I don't know there's any we don't know what they're trying to teach him. You know, we can only go off of like what's kind of being reported and said. Nick does have a West Coast kind of background to him.
Yeah, but it's weird because, like, his experience is kind of like an amalgamation of West Coast and Air Coryell, so it's like...
But very pass-heavy.
It's a very pass-heavy offense. It's just
and he was
not
a wide receiver and a wide receiver coach.
Yeah, the problem with Sirianni, for those who don't know, is that he got to start with Todd Haley before he ever got to Frank Reich. And Haley and Reich are much closer to a different type of pass game than the West Coast style. He was only exposed to the West Coast style later on when he worked for guys like Mike McCoy. So, and listen, I don't blame Sirianni for this. Sirianni has said, look, I'm going to take something that I like from everybody, and I'm going to make it my own.
Yeah, well, listen, I would tell everybody to do a homework assignment and go back and watch Sirianni's 7 games when he was the play caller and see what that offense looked like.
Right.
Don't look like this offense.
No. And again, it wasn't a West Coast offense either. You heard Chris Long talk about, the heavy 2 tight end and the screens across the middle and the heavy crossing routes. Listen, so this Sunday when everybody watches, or you listen on 97.3 ESPN to the NFL championship games, there's going to be a couple of West Coast offenses that you can see in real time. One of them being Sean Payton's offense, right? Another one being Josh McDaniel's offense, just in that game.
But I think, if you just ask most Eagles fans, do we think that Jalen Hurts would excel in Sean Payton's offense or Kyle Shanahan's offense or Sean McVay's offense, one of those style of offenses? What do you think most people would say?
I think most people, okay, I don't want to say most people because I don't know if that's fair, but I think there's enough people to make it a large enough sounding board who would say Jalen Jalen would not be able to run those offenses. I do think there are some people, though, who are rational, educated fans who would realize that, look, every quarterback that some of these coaches touch gets better. So
yeah, I mean, listen, look at the quarterbacks that are in the final game right now. You got Matthew Stafford, who's a legit Super Bowl champion, MVP
future Hall of
conversation.
Famer.
Absolutely. You got Sam Darnold, who was the number 3 pick in the draft.
Saw ghosts in New York.
Did not have success initially.
And then
Started to get some success, and no one has believed in him.
Right.
And here he is in a championship game now.
Right. But what happened was he first got to Kevin O'Connell, one of these coaches who seems to find a way to amplify these guys. I mean, Kevin O'Connell won games with Josh Dobbs, for goodness sake. That's the kind of kind of coach we're talking about. Sean Payton, you mentioned. What has he done? He made Bo Nix into a guy. If it wasn't for that broken bone in his ankle, he'd be starting in the championship game on Sunday.
Rob in Millville, how about Nick Foles? See, everybody loves to go down the road of the former player who was very popular, and then they think that guy wants to coach. Like, being a coach, number one, when you are somebody who made a lot of money, you generally want to keep making a lot of money.
Right.
You don't generally want to be like, hey, I made millions, and now I want to make not a lot of money. Like an assistant coach, some of them get paid pretty well, but like the offensive coordinator might make, I don't know. What do you think a coordinator is making?
I can look it up.
They're not getting paid what you got paid to be the starting quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. It is also a grind. It is a life that a lot of these guys just don't want to live. Chase Utley doesn't want to be the manager of the Phillies. Nick Foles doesn't want to be the offensive coordinator for the Eagles. It is not a glamorous life to be a grinding coordinator. So it's like Seth Joyner doesn't want to be, well, maybe Seth Joyner might want to be the defensive coordinator. But like generally these former players who were popular, they like their lives. Like Nick Foles is wearing a dad season hat on a podcast. He's probably loving it. He doesn't have to grind and coach and be at practice every single day. That's why the Nick Foles being an offensive coordinator and Seth Joyner being the defensive coordinator and Chase Utley or Brian Dawkins being the defensive coordinator or Chase Utley being the manager of the Phillies. Like, that's why these things are unrealistic.
By the way, the average coordinator, according to Front Office Sports in the NFL, they make about $1 million a year.
Yeah, I was going to say in that range.
Now obviously that number, according to Front Office Sports, The number, though, is influenced by the fact that there are a handful of coaches who are on the high end who make a lot of money, which brings up the floor for everybody else. They use the examples of coaches like Vic Fangio and Steve Spagnuolo are two of the highest paid coordinators.
Is that counting like position coaches?
No. This is just coordinators.
Right.
This is offensive and defensive coordinators. Now, it also goes on to say to position coaches that those coaches make significantly less than the coordinators do.
Yeah. I mean, to go back to that guy, I mean, that's why look at coaching staffs around the league. Like, you don't see high-profile players generally. Very infrequently is there a high-profile player that is grinding it out as a coordinator or a position coach.
Correct.
I mean, it happens, but not very often.
Not very often at all.
No. Matt in Delaware. Mike, even though Nick Nurse is the Sixers coach and I'm a fan of the team, but he is a well-paid crybaby to the refs, and he is not the only one of these NBA coaches can play more than any other league. I don't know how these refs take it. Yeah, Nurse is definitely he's a crybaby. There's no question about it. Nurse has terrible body language. It just he always has. Like, when he was in Toronto, you were annoyed by him all the time,
right?
Because he was always complaining. He does have.
He always had that like annoyed look on his face, a perplexed look on his face. He's like, "What is going on?" Look on his face.
He's always been like that. I like Nick. I do think he's been up and down this year. Like, you almost have, like, some nights it's just, woe is me. Like, I don't have my guy, so I'm not going to. Like, because one of the things he was known for in Toronto was, like, he was undermanned sometimes, and he would throw all these different looks at you all the time. Like, he almost overcoached.
But and he did it successfully, too. When he was doing that in Toronto.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
That's part of the reason why when he came to Philadelphia, you were like, wow, look what this guy did with Toronto.
Yeah, that's only won a championship, which is what ended up getting. A lot of people were excited when Nick got hired. I think he's been I like Nick, but I think some nights, it's almost like he takes the night off because he's like, I don't have everybody tonight. Whatever. Like last night, you don't have Embiid and you don't have George, and you had a winnable game. They were in that game. Now, you're on a back-to-back, but so is Phoenix, and they're the road team.
Right.
And they got whipped late in that game. Phoenix pulled away from them last night.
They last night looked like they got to a point that were like, okay, we played enough. And then Nick Nurse was like, yeah, I coached enough.
And by the way, they won the night before but didn't play all that well.
Correct.
Yeah. And that was no Paul George, and it's almost, again, like he's like, I don't have a full deck tonight, so kind of half-ass it today.
Which is a shame because that is not the coach you expected to get hired. And, I'm not trying to speak evil into existence, but, maybe that's the reason why sooner than later Nick Nurse will no longer be the head coach.
But
anymore.
it feels like one of the things that Nick Nurse was known for was almost getting the most out of the least, like over-coaching and coaching hard and like, hey, we're going to throw all these exotic defensive switches and changes at you, because we're undermanned. And it hasn't been the case. Dan in EHT says it's idiotic to think the Phillies aren't better than last year's team. I agree. Their bullpen is just way better. So even if they're better, even if they're the same across the board, I don't know how many extra wins that gets you. They won 96 games.
I don't know how many more wins against you, but I know one thing. You got better players. And when you have better players, you're a better bullpen.
They have a better bullpen. They don't have better players. Their players are the same.
Well, I meant the players in the bullpen.
Their bullpen, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Their bullpen is way better. Yeah. Way better.
So to me, it's not about, it's not about the other stuff. It's about, listen, if you want to find something to be positive about, here's the positive.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, they're to me, I agree with Dan and EHT. Their bullpen is way better. What does that mean big picture? Mm-hmm. Does that mean there you go from 96 wins to 106 wins? Does that mean they go down? They lose more games this year? I mean, they won 96 games last year with, quite frankly, the bullpen, the closer position was not solidified until they made the trade for Duran. I mean, because Alvarado got pinched, what did we say, May something?
Yeah, it was May 18th.
So May 18th, you lose Alvarado. So from May 18th to the trade deadline, you essentially had no proven closer.
Correct. And you survived without that guy, but
Last year, your saves. Tanner Banks had 1. Matt Strom had 6. Kirk Green had 4. Romano had 8. So Alvarado had 7 before, and then he was gone.
Right.
And I'm sure Romano had a few before, in between Alvarado.
Well, Romano's whole year was just a roller coaster ride.
Right, but he was the closer early in the year.
Very early in the year, yeah. And then he imploded, and they made Alvarado the guy. And then when Alvarado got suspended, they were like, well, we'll try Romano. Remember we played the audio from Rob Thompson months ago? He was like, look, we got to give him one more chance.
Right. So from May 18th to the time they got Duran.
The 31st of July.
I mean, they had a terrible bullpen. Horrendous. I mean, you were rolling Jordan Romano out there to save games. I don't know how many extra games that he cost them, but I got to imagine that Duran's going to win a lot of those games for you.
Yep.
What are you going to win, 116 games?
No, because what's going to happen is then the fans will be like, yeah, we got to win the postseason.
I get it. But if you win 110 games or something like that, 106 games, you were better than you were last year.
Right.
By the way, May 14th.
May 18th.
May 18th. Okay, May 18th.
It's the day after my birthday. That's how I remember.
Romano got a save on the 18th, the 22nd, the 27th, and the 29th. He had 4 straight saves in there. And then after that, he lost. I mean, he just absolutely imploded. But that's my point, is that you were going to Jordan Romano until you finally got Duran.
Right.
So, Dan and EHT, you're right. I don't get to say that too often when Dan texts. Generally, I would say, Dan, I don't agree with you.
Today was the day.
I think the only way this offense will change is if Nick gets fired, James in Delaware. It would be a good avenue to change the offense. But you're also then firing a guy who won a Super Bowl. Are you okay with that? Probably. I think most people would be, but just saying. Sometimes be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, and I think that's where, a guy like Chris Long would say what he was saying was, look, you don't need the apex to win a championship.
Not the apex predator hair.
Not the apex predator hair. But what you do need is somebody who is able to win. And if you get rid of Sirianni, who are you replacing him with? And that guy, that grass is not always green on the other side.
No, but you said the same thing when they fired Peterson, and then they hired Sirianni, and then they won a Super Bowl. So you can win a Super Bowl with a different guy.
You can. I'm not denying that. It's.
I hate the whole thing. Well, then who are you hiring? Guess what? I'll figure it out. You put a problem in front of me, I'll figure it out. I hate this. Like, well, what am I going to do? Guess what? I'll figure it out. Who you hiring? Don't say you're going to get rid of a guy unless you're going to hire somebody. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, but here's the difference. You, Mike, figuring out is different to these NFL teams. Because some of these NFL teams, their ego gets in the way. And then they have a big a mess to clean up.
Well, the Eagles have shown that they can figure it out. They fired Andy Reid. They found themselves to Doug Peterson, and then they found themselves into Nick Sirianni, and they won 2 Super Bowls without Andy Reid. And I think everybody would say Andy Reid's better than both Peterson and Sirianni. Right?
I think most people rationally would. There are some people I think who still don't like Andy Reid.
All right. A lot of text messages. We'll see if we can get to a couple more on the other side. Championship weekend, you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN.